Hi there, good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's Friday, which of course means it's a double session of darts and a double session of decisions. It will determine who joins Robert Thornton at finals night on this stage tomorrow. Group B tonight from 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV and here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where Group C is about to conclude. And before we get into today's action, here's a reminder of what happened yesterday. All to play for in Group C, with 4 players tied on 4 points, including Dutchman Ron Meulenkamp and ADC qualifier Kevin Garcia, who won his first 2 matches on Thursday before starting to slip down the table. Belgium's Jeroen Caron was the only man that managed to defeat Daryl Pilgrim, one of 2 wins for the debutant yesterday. Steve Brown played some decent stuff and also managed to find 4 points to put himself firmly in the frame. Former grand finalist Colin Osborne is in a strong position. He picked up 3 victories on Thursday and sits in a promising 2nd place. But it's Pilgrim who occupies top spot and remains an odds-on favourite to play in yet another Super Series finals night. Yeah, Pilgrim turned it on yesterday, but did lose that 1 match against Jeroen Caron. And Matthew Egger's been here all week. I want to talk about Daryl Pilgrim to start with, because he didn't really get going in Group A. It looks like he has got going now. Yeah, he's got going. I mean, he don't know what he's done over Christmas and that period of time. Certainly looked tight when he came here and looked a little bit sort of stretched at times. A lot of that comes down to how you feel about it as well. You can come into a building sometimes just not feel comfortable. You don't feel confident with it, which then makes everything change and the perception of everything change. Just last night we decided I was going to be playing in this last week, and I tell you what, standing here now today, I swear that dartboard's smaller than when I'm looking at it now. It looks like it's a completely different board in a different room. And that is the same sometimes when you just don't have that internal feeling, and you don't have that internal confidence, that everything does. It feels smaller, the stage feels bigger, you feel smaller in it, and you just sort of get swamped in it. And that's what I think happened to Pilgrim in Group A. He dropped into Group C, he probably came in, looked around the room and thought, I am the man to beat. And he certainly has laid down that marker now. Yeah, let's say exactly how he did in Group C. Here is the table, Pilgrim top of it. Probably will feel like 10 points were there to be had. A great win for Jeroen Caron. What's really interesting is that there's a real battle between everyone else. A slight amendment needs to be made on that table. Colin Osborne did win the match against Steve Brown, didn't he? So he's on 6 points, but everyone else on 4, so there's plenty to play for. Yeah, and when we look through the stats, I love looking at stats and I love looking at the numbers. It gives us a really good guide, and it really does indicate exactly what that table says, that this is a very, very tightly congested group. And if everyone plays the same way they did yesterday, it's going to be a wide open position for 2nd place. Because if anyone plays, and they all play the same way, Daryl Pilgrim's going to run away with this today. He could go through the card. At one point yesterday, I thought he was going to go up and down the card. But for the rest of them, there's still a position available. This is not like Group A. There are 2 places here, and I think everybody is in with a shout. Well, the bookies, unsurprisingly, had Pilgrim an odds-on favourite before a dart was thrown. He remains an odds-on favourite. More interesting, really, even though this is the outright betting, is to look at how they've priced up the rest of the field. Osborne in 2nd place is the favourite, but out of those remaining 4 players, they've gone with Ron Meulenkamp, the most likely to challenge the top 2. Do you agree with that, or do you think there's a bit of value each way elsewhere? When we look at the outright betting is for the group winner. I think that is an absolute steal of a price on Daryl Pilgrim. I thought we'd be looking at that at 1 to 5, 1 to 6. On the basis that his daily average was around about the 95, and most of the other players weren't even hitting 90 averages in individual matches. So Daryl Pilgrim, head and shoulders above the rest. I think there's value at 4 to 7. There we go. That's what Matt thinks. What about the bet builder? Well, this is what the punters have been going for. A treble, nice tasty one over 7 to 1. Osborne to beat Meulenkamp, defying what the bookies were kind of thinking. Meulenkamp threatening in that previous slider. Osborne versus Pilgrim, match 180s over 2.5. You'd expect most of those to come from Daryl, and then Steve Brown against Kevin Garcia. For that to go the distance in legs, I think this looks a bit ambitious. Matt, what are your thoughts? I really actually like the value available on Osborne to beat Meulenkamp, and I do think a lot of games are going to go over the 5.5. The one that just concerns me slightly is the match 180s. I think any time you're looking at 3 180s is always a risk in this sort of format. Short format games
it's very likely that when we're dealing with players like Daryl Pilgrim, we've seen him before of 122 average on this stage. He could get a game running 4 or 5 legs, which if that happens, the likelihood of the 180s significantly reduces. So that would be the one that concerns me, but great value in the other 2 plays.
Well, Robert Thornton's already there. Let's not forget, Daryl Pilgrim played in Group A earlier this week, only picked up 1 win across 2 days, so he needs to avoid having a day like that. But if he does avoid that, he's probably going to be through. Who do you see joining him?
I think the table's going to stay the same here in Group C. I think the top 2, Colin Osborne and Daryl Pilgrim, will be there at the end of the day. It's not going to be without drama. There's going to be lots of twists and turns. I think there's going to be times where Colin Osborne comes off of that position, and there's going to be times where he's going to be in a clutch finish, where, I mean, like a 72 or 78, he's got 1 dart in hand, and he's going to rescue the situation. I think he's going to get there, but he's going to get there with drama.
Right, well, it's all about getting to finals night and indeed getting to Champions Week. And we reach the halfway stage of this series before Christmas. So before we get the action underway today, here's a reminder of who's made it to Champions Week already.
The finishing line.
Game,
And wonderful Willie wins it.
The MODUS Super Series Series 6 Week 1 winner, Willie Borland.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your first player through the Champions Week is Big Willie Borland.
On 88. He's going to leave it again. And it wins the week. It is another win for Scotland. Week 2 belongs to Andy Bolton.
Champion.
He may not have been the best player this week, average-wise, but I assure you, he's going to be ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, you win it for the week, the X Factor, Andy Bolton.
Darts thrown in frustration. 24. It's double 12 for Barstow.
Leonard Gates has deflated. It is the local boy.
Let you have your moment. He's waiting no time, is he? Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for the week is Chaz Barstow. He's a happy man. He's a happy man, and he's into Champions Week.
Owen Bates won here.
Has
joined
Owen Bates
as the winner.
Super Series champion.
For the Super Series.
Cam Crabtree.
It is Shazam Cam Crabtree.
To get the job done. Inside. Gets the double 5.
And the MODUS Super
Steve
Series
West
Week
is
5 champion.
Week 5 Series 6 champion with an average of 99.63. 4 180s in that final.
It's Steve West who's your weekly winner.
Richie Howson's night once again. He's got to the final.
Game, shot and the match. And the Week 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison.
And it's Andreas Harrison who takes the title, and it's a happy Harrison here at the MODUS Super Series.
I'll let you lift the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for Week 6, Dirty Harry, Andreas Harrison.
So who will be joining Andreas Harrison and the other weekly winners at the Super Series at the end of this week? Maybe it could be one of the pair on the stage. Colin Osborne, who has been a finals night plenty of times. He's been to the grand final as well. And Steve Brown is looking to get level on points with him at the early part of the day. Osborne currently occupying second spot, but Brown is just 2 points behind him. The 42-year-old Bristolian takes on the Middlesbrough man, Colin Osborne. 48 years of age, won 7 PDC titles and looking to claim one here once again at the Super Series this week. And guiding you through every dart today, it's our commentary team of Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to Friday at the Super Series. And, well, for some, they'll be hoping Friday's the day they're in love because it's the cure that sends them through to finals night tomorrow, a position that Colin Osborne has been in on many an occasion. his 8th appearance here at the Super Series. In matter of fact, himself and Paul Hogan are now tied for the second most appearances in this competition. In fact, the 3 custodians of that particular appearance prize
96.
are playing this week, because Robert Thornton, who made a record-breaking 10th appearance into the final, that's where Osborne's looking to return, and he's looking to make it through to a 3rd Champions Week. He finds himself 2nd in the league standings
100.
overnight, having amassed 6 points from the opening day's play. Steve Brown had won 2 games yesterday. Improved as the day went along, did the Bomber, and he'll be hoping
58.
to have a strong end to this group to qualify through to tomorrow night's finals. Happy to say that alongside me here in Coventry, it's a very good afternoon to Matthew Edgar.
140.
Good afternoon. Could become a great afternoon, actually, here at the Super Series. It's going to become a great afternoon for 2 people. Top 2 in the table qualifying for Saturday night.
100.
Darryl Pilgrim, massive favourite here in terms of the play-by-play, the statistics, but not represented so much in terms of the odds. 4-7, I found very surprising.
180.
In regards to winning this group, as Colin Osborne hits our first maximum of the day, and it's in the first leg of the day.
57.
Well, he could kickstart the day with an 11
Colin, you
dart breaker
require
throw. He's
81.
left 81 after 9. He's going to get 6 on here. Brown not leaving a finish after 12. And it's been one of the features of his day. He's always left something tangible after either 9 or 12 darts, respectively. That was the story of yesterday for him.
37.
That could have been the greatest 81 finish I've ever seen. 19, treble 4.
Don't give Conan any ideas
Colin,
of
you
that, will
require
you?
44.
Didn't go for it, though. Opted to set up, playing it sensible, not getting carried away. He knows the most important thing right now is points on the
24.
board, and he could
Steve,
open
you
up a
require
4-point gap
90.
over the chasing pack. His victory here over Steve Brown. He opts to start on the ball rather than trying to finish on it. He's finishing on it anyway,
Game
and he
shot on the
does. He
first
finishes
leg,
on the
Steve
bullseye.
Brown.
Opening holder throw for Steve Brown.
Brown up by 1-0. You're actually
Second leg,
mentioning
it's
Darryl
Colin to
Pilgrim
throw
in
first.
the 4-7.
on.
Well, I can actually tell you those odds had actually shortened. He went off at the start of play 2-5 to win the group.
I'm not surprised.
81.
I think even that was value, to be fair. When we look at the level of play that he's shown yesterday, Darryl Pilgrim, daily average of around about 95.
55.
When we look at the rest of the field, there's not many people that actually played 90 averages in individual matches. Never mind averaging that for the day. So clear head and shoulders above the pack at the moment.
85.
Well, because of that, the bookies are responding in kind. Chris Lammon's been the bookmaker's favourite to win the week the last couple of days. His performances last night,
67.
twinned with what Darryl did yesterday, now sees Pilgrim as the 7-2 favourite to go on and win the week. Hogan and Robert Thornton are the 9-2 second joint favourites, respectively.
45.
And you can get Conan Whitehead and David Davies at 13-2 each. Mind you, having a flutter. In the United Kingdom, it is 18 plus,
63.
and it is begambleaware.org. If you're tuning in across the world and you're gambling on the MODUS Super Series, do have a look at the local rules wherever you are betting from.
140.
And it's a very good afternoon to our friends joining us around the world. You are joining us internationally.
44.
Do get in touch with
Colin, you
us.
require 150.
As Osborne leads 150 to tie this game up at 1 apiece. Does he stay there or does he switch? If he stays at the 25, he'll leave himself tops.
100.
Brown being outscored in this game,
97.
and to quite some
Colin, you
degree.
require 50.
The last start not in the 25 or ball means he cannot leave a finish. So the likelihood here is Colin Osborne be able to level this
30.
game up. He's going to get opportunities. Can he take them? That's 6 so far at the outer ring without success. Steve Brown chipping away.
85.
Leaves that
Colin, you
90
require
finish. The finish he
20.
took out leg number 1.
Double 10 for Osborne.
Game shot on a
He makes
second
no mistake
leg.
this
Colin
time.
Osborne.
Levels up 1-1 in our opening game of the day. Game 1 of 25 here at the Super Series on Friday. We
Third
begin
leg, it's Steve
with
to throw
Brown
first.
against Osborne,
Game on.
and we'll finish off at around about 1:45 tonight when we see Whitehead against Davies.
140.
We'll be live exclusively in the United Kingdom on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, before then joining our broadcast partners at Sporty Stuff TV at 10 o'clock tonight.
30.
And we'll be joining them again tomorrow from 10 for the semi-finals and final. The pool stage of the final will be broadcast live on the Super Series YouTube channel. And I know there's one or two of you that may be tuning into us for the first time. You may have got the bug of darts on the back of what happened at Alexandra Palace. Now, this is how the format works here at the Super Series. It's a 13 by 13 week competition. Every week we have 12 players play. 6 of them play in Group A, where the top player automatically qualifies through to Saturday night's final. The players in second and third will move into Group B, which is what we're going to see tonight, with 3 other players joining, where 3 from 5 go through. Whilst this Group C has seen the players that finish 4th, 5th and 6th in that Group A, joined by 3 new players to give the other 2 spaces to a 6-player finals night field. When we get to finals night, is a 6-player pool,
Steve,
and we then play knockouts from the semi-finals onwards. Brown, first to a finish for the first time in this match.
50.
He's himself on 20 after 12.
So with all that, the first criteria is to win your games, top your group in this one. First or second is your positions to qualify through. Colin Osborne, who was just starting to lose touch in this match, fires in a big maximum, but it's tops for Brown.
100. Colin, you require 66.
Break opportunity for Colin Osborne. Man who started today in second place in a qualifying position. Could lose that position. Defeat here to Steve Brown.
34. Steve, you require 20.
Increase the percentage on the doubling. Maybe realistic proposition for him. There's 12.5% on the outer ring. Punished once again by Steve Brown. Osborne been first to a double in every leg so far. He
4th leg, it's Colin to throw
3-0 up.
first. Game on.
Well, the issue for Osborne was the fact that, yes, he won 3 matches, but his legs difference overnight was -1.
100.
His games that he won were tight, and then he had that big defeat, second from home against Darryl Pilgrim. He averaged 101 in that game, but lost out 4-1 as Brown kicks off leg 4 of a maximum.
As a player, you can tend to panic at times in a game, and you can tend to panic before a game really
60.
gets into it with a day, because you sort of have the respect for your opponent, like Colin Osborne will here for Steve Brown. And the fact that he's
70.
gave Brown those opportunities and he kicks off with a max, that's now where the pressure comes from. The pressure comes from the feeling that your opponent is applying onto you and your own fears sort of coming to
80.
life. Got to beat people early. You've got to get ahead when you get those opportunities.
40.
Brown had an opportunity to really pressurise the Osborne throw, but he couldn't take advantage of it. And so Osborne still with the advantage with the darts.
95.
Losing the lie on the last start there, though, has moved him to a non-finish, and Steve Brown becomes big favourite for this leg.
137.
An even bigger favourite now. He's found a couple of big maximum darts.
74 after 12, threatening the break of throw. Osborne
58.
can only leave
Steve,
a
you
finish
require
after 5 visits,
74.
and even then it's in the ton plus range. It's going to be a dart at tops.
54.
Dip below,
Colin,
Osborne
you
back
require
for 2-2.
108.
Solitary ton plus finish of 112 yesterday. That came in the game against Steve Brown. Can he find the 108 to level this game up? It's double 16.
92.
Moves inside.
Steve, you require 20.
Interestingly, he went for double 16 there. He's a bit of a tops merchant, is Colin. Brown chasing double 5. Can't
10.
find the double 5. And
Colin, you
Osborne, who was
require
out of this leg,
16.
has got a chance to win it again on double eight.
Both players presenting the other one with opportunities.
$12.
And again,
Steve, you require
presenting with
10.
opportunities. It's a pass the parcel, a seesaw of chances.
No score.
That's the end of that chance. Busting the score
Colin, you
there, Steve
require
Brown slipping
4.
into the 12s. Another opportunity for Osborne. 1 from 12 on the doubles.
Game shot on the fourth
Make that
leg.
2 from
Colin
14.
Osborne.
And the most important part is for Colin Osborne, it is a level game as he looks up to the heavens for a
Fifth
bit of
leg.
hope
It's Steve
or
to throw
inspiration.
first. Game on.
He knows he's got away with one there, Colin Osborne.
58.
He had to take a few chances to go over the line against Brown yesterday. He was 4 from 13 on the doubles in that one. He's already had more
83.
darts at a double than the midway point of this match. That went 4-3 in the direction of Osborne. 2 from 14, as Matt rightly said, on the doubles in this
85.
one. Steve Brown himself has missed 9 at a double in this game. Osborne
100.
twice a winner of a week in the Super Series format. Series 2 and Series 4, and the
96.
combination between the both, they were both in week 4 of a particular series, being Aaron Monk in the first of those finals, before then subsequently getting a bit of Christian Kiss, the lipstick, in his second final. We saw him at the
140.
Alexandra Palace. He actually qualified courtesy of his exploits on the Pro Tour as opposed to an international qualification spot.
57.
Actually just traipsing round Series 4. And how good that Champions Week was. Lauby, Robinson, Duff, Osborne, West, Vampire, Bolton, Littler, Klassen, Idams,
85.
Vanden Bogaard, and Jerome Mioch.
$88. Colin, you require 93.
Great chance.
Great chance again. Third opportunity now for Colin Osborne. The chances are beginning to run out. Short format play here at the Super
53.
Series, first to 4.
Steve, you require
Set
117.
himself up nicely here on tops. No, this is well within the capabilities and range for Steve Brown. He's going to get a dart at it. Colin Osborne is watching. He's hoping
77.
he'll be delighted
Colin,
with
you
what he
require
saw there. But
40.
that was a stress inflicted. The heart rate would have been going there for Colin Osborne.
Had to bide the Brown misses. But he now has to chase down to double 15.
10.
Can't take it.
Steve, you require 40.
He has a chuckle to himself, but inside he'll be seething. Even
Game shot
more
on the
now
fifth
Steve
leg,
is
Steve
hitting, and now
Brown.
Steve will be believing. 3-2 he leads. Osborne being wheeled in, and Brown, if he can
Sixth
take
leg,
one
it's
more
Colin
leg,
to
will
throw
move up to
first.
second place in the group.
Game on.
A lot of that can come down to as well the pattern of which you missed the shot. When your opponent's on a finish like that, if they miss the
60.
2 trebles with the first 2 darts, you know that you can start your preparation for coming to the board and coming up and trying to hit that tops. When you've got to wait till the very last dart, it
97.
keeps you on your toes, it keeps you alert, you're aware. Quite often, you see the player come and miss with the 3 darts, and Colin Osborne has had plenty of opportunities to break the throw.
80.
He's got one more, but he's got to earn that opportunity. And to earn that, he's got to hold his throw in this leg, or it's game over.
80.
Remember, you can get in touch with us here at the Modus Super Series. The handle that you need is at MSS Darts. We will
96.
keep in touch with your communications over the course of the day. Do tell us where you are tuning in from, and we will read out some of your tweets directly to the commentary
60.
box.
171.
Certainly no problem in the scoring part of this game for Colin Osborne. The problem has been completely on the doubles, 11.76%.
Colin, you require
To ring,
94.
but he's going to have a bit of time here. Steve Brown not leaving himself on anything. Now, had Steve Brown have switched down to the 19s with that last start, he would be coming to the board for a finish. Even if it was the 170, you'd want some hope rather than no hope. Because lightning does tend to strike, as Kevin Garcia can vouch for.
136. Colin, you require 40.
Well, he's left himself on 33.
Game shot on a sixth
Osborne
leg.
pins
Colin
the tops.
Osborne.
It makes it academic anyway. We go all the way to the last leg in the first game of the day, like we did in the last game yesterday between the pair.
Seventh
Osborne
and
won the
final
last leg
leg. It's
decider
Steve to throw
yesterday
first.
with the darts.
Game
Steve
on.
Brown has the throw in this.
123.
Game 1 of the day. 24 more to go after this.
140.
Don't say we don't treat you here at the Super Series.
46.
Always had the vibe of a game that was going to go the distance, this one. Two very evenly matched players with very even pedigrees.
83.
A lot in and for the game. Right now, 127.
100.
Friday afternoon. All about the 2 points here at the MODUS Super Series. 2 points that would put Colin Osborne joint top with Daryl Pilgrim on 8 points. Steve Brown.
35.
See him go into one of those qualifying positions.
$140.
Big visit from Brown. Osborne needs to reply in kind, needs a couple of big trebles after losing the live with the opening dart.
125.
Quality end to the game, and this is what you get. This is the experience of both the players really coming to the forefront here.
28.
Chases double 18 the second
Colin,
time.
you require
Let
118.
himself 64 if he comes back. Osborne for the match, 118.
Yeah, that's the danger here for Steve Brown, going for that
58.
double-double. And as a player, you love
Steve,
it
you
when they go to the
require
board for
64.
92. They've left themselves on 64. It's only going to be one dart of the double.
32.
From 92, he
Colin,
had
you
6
require
darts and
60.
one dart of the double. The danger of that double-double approach. But it's a single double need for Colin Osborne, which has caused its own problems throughout this match.
20. And tops.
Game
And
shot
Colin
and the match.
Osborne seals
Colin
back-to-back 4-3 wins against Steve Brown to open up a 4-point buffer on the chasing pack. Osborne solidifies his position in second place in the table. He had to work for it. He'd squandered opportunities on the doubles, but when it came to the match-winning chance, he took it first time in hand. So Osborne getting the better of Brown by 4 legs to 3 in our first game of the day. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Ron Moulenkamp and Kevin Garcia, the bottom 2 players in the Group C table, in desperate search of a win, going toe-to-toe after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Colin Osborne get the better of Steve Brown in a last leg decider by 4-3. That moves him on to 8 points. The winner of this one will go within a couple of points of the top 2 in the group. And these are the bottom 2 going into day 2 of proceedings. It sees Ron Meulenkamp, the bomber man who has been around many a televised event in his career, last 16 of the World Grand Prix being the best of those appearances. The 35-year-old looking to rekindle former glories, taking on the 41-year-old from St Helens, Kevin Garcia, an ADC representative, has been very successful in the Northwest region, has lightning, and he'll be hoping to strike here against Meulenkamp. It was the Dutchman that won this game yesterday. It was another one of those games that went the distance for free. That one. What we expected from Ron Meulenkamp yesterday, because if you actually look at the numbers, they weren't actually too bad. It was just he missed a lot of darts at double.
Game on.
It's all how he feels about it, and that's the most important thing. You know, he averaged nearly 88 for the day, and that's decent darts. But if you don't feel like it's decent darts, you don't feel comfortable within yourself, you don't feel like you can replicate that level of performance.
60.
And we've seen him switch darts yesterday throughout the session and just trying to find some form of feel. But the opening thing he said about this game, he says, these are the 2 players at the bottom end of the table. Now, it's key to remember, this isn't a traditional table. We've got everyone beating everybody. Although the players are 5th and 6th position, whoever wins this game
60
will temporarily go into 3rd position and be 2 points off the top. So it doesn't come across as bad as the initial thoughts would
81.
Meulenkamp went off the 1-3 favourite with the odds compilers. Garcia, big outsider, 9-4. Fair to say the story of Kevin's day yesterday was he got out of the gate really well, won a couple of games, and he played well in the game against Daryl Pilgrim, but Pilgrim just had too much, played really well in that one, averaged 96, and it just felt like from
57.
that point onwards, that result just kind of knocked the stuffing out of him a little bit.
$60.
Average was just under 80 for the day, but that's caveated because of the games towards the latter end of the session. If you're actually putting the first 3 performances, you're probably in at a base of in and around maybe an 81, possibly. And you could put a couple of points on that.
100.
And then count 1-2-5 to take out the opening leg.
60. Ron, you require 125.
Bull. The 25's just missed. Is there part of an issue there?
69.
Because the bullseye was actually
Kevin, you
perfectly
require
laid for the second one. You actually
128.
try and be protective on the 25.
Yeah, that was a dart actually thrown at the 25. A lot of the time you just throw it at the middle part of the board.
42.
Remember, I think it was Martin
Ron, you
Adams
require
said you
56.
often throw at the bullseye hoping to miss.
Game shot on the first leg. Ron Meulenkamp.
1-0 Meulenkamp.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $96.
So 1-0 Meulenkamp in this second game of the day. Just kind of waiting for this session to
140.
just catch light a little bit.
$77.
Mentioned at the start of the show that the players will be playing under a lot of stress on these opening couple of games, and that just changes the perception. It makes the arm tighten up a little bit. It makes the visuals just feel a lot smaller. There are times you'll get to the hockey and it genuinely feels like the trebles are bigger.
57.
It genuinely feels like you just can't miss. So it's easier to hit than it is to miss. Certainly had that feeling earlier this year or last year, should I say, in Carella,
Iceland.
85.
Spain.
Different types of environments there.
53. Ron, you require 136.
Millenkamp has got a couple of visits to accrue the break on Garcia. He may only need the one. Has to move across because that's just dangling a little bit precariously in the board. 6 left, and because of that first dart, he thought about his options across the board.
88.
He's left himself on 48 after 12. He's going to get a couple of darts to break the Garcia throw upon his return.
$96. Ron, you require 48.
Take your pick. It's double 16.
Game shot on
It's
the
2-0.
second
It's a
leg. Ron
14
Mullenkamp.
darter, and Ron Mullenkamp putting in the best leg of the day so far.
Third leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
A lot more in control of his
100.
emotions today, Ron Mullenkamp. You could see he was getting quite flustered and frustrated yesterday. Not producing what he knows he's capable of and the big heights that he's had in this game.
25.
Start here, and all of a sudden he's back in the running for this group and in the running for this qualification. He's going to need, you feel,
54.
somewhere get a big result in terms of the legs column.
Is Ron one of those players that goes to Q School and should feel like there's an expectation to get his car back?
140.
From himself, absolutely. I think from the punditry world, I think at the moment we would assess that we need to see something a little more. Because 2023 was not a successful hunting ground for him. You always keep a name like Ron Mullenkamp on the tip of your tongue. You're always keeping an eye on what he's doing because you know what's in the locker.
40.
Well, the thing is, because he won a challenge tour last year, we know that on any given day, and the numbers on that day were superb as well. So we know that on any given day, he can still provide
93.
some levels. But as we were mentioning on commentary yesterday, it's harvesting that on a consistent enough basis, which has been the difficulty at times maybe for
84.
Ron over the last 12 months
Ron, you
or so.
require 140.
That's what the numbers at least dictate and suggest. As he goes through the gears here, this 114 for 3-0 lead. His average just a shade under 91 here. He's taken both the opportunities he's had at a double.
86.
And when he returns, he's going to come back for double 14.
$140.
Be as comfortable as it was just
Ron,
a couple
you
of moments
require
ago, but
28.
right now, you're a player like Ron Mullenkamp, you know it's all in your own hands. It doesn't really matter what your opponent's on. You've got 3 darts
Shot
in
on
your
the
hand
third
at a
leg,
double.
Ron
They
Mullenkamp.
cannot stop you from hitting it. And this occasion, Ron Mullenkamp hits it quite comfortably. He's been very comfortable on the
Fourth
outer
leg,
ring.
it's
He's had
Kevin to throw
4
first.
attempts. Hit
Game
3.
on.
Functionality-wise, 100%.
Restricting the opportunities, Garcia has got to come back to the board.
97.
On the subject of Q School, the entries have now closed and the official numbers have been announced. 346 entries for the United Kingdom
60.
Q School and 496 entries for the European Union Q School. Which means
43.
that there's going to be more cards in Europe than there is going to be in the UK because obviously it's done on a proportionality basis. The split, we don't know, and I'm sure will be announced, but
60.
I believe it's 17 and 13. 17 Europe, 13 UK.
it's under
37.
800, well, around about 850 players playing for 30 spots.
We do know not all of those players will be going with ambitions of getting tour cards. Some will be going just purely for on the challenge tour.
45.
Some will be going because they've got too much money and they want to throw it away.
Yep, there's one or two like that.
Or we'll have Mr. 40 and 50 average having a go there again. There's always a few.
Well, it's either Q School or another Tag Heuer watch, isn't it, for some?
The watch.
100.
The watch lasts longer than their attempts at Q School.
Interesting to look through the lineup, see the list of players that are going to be attempting to get those cards.
35.
We'll have a delve through when we know the full list.
Sure, you'll find a lot of recognisable faces from here at the Super Series. Not happy with the lie there on Munich. He does have quite a big barrel,
Kevin,
so
you require
the dart
149.
doesn't sit right in the board. You will get quite a hideous deflection at times.
So 97 for Mühlenkamp for a 4-0 victory. This has been a good performance off the bat. Average just under 87, but the doubling has been delightful. He's going to get 2 for the match at tops.
Game shot.
And that is a 4-0 win from Ron Mühlenkamp. And that was a destructive performance from the bomb in the end. An 88.5 average, but it was the 4 from 5 of the doubles, which restricted the opportunities that Kevin Garcia got. And that restriction was to none because he didn't get a double at all in that particular match. Right, we're going to take a short break. When we return, it is the man who is top of the pile, the undoubtedly supreme leader of the group, Daryl Pilgrim, is in action against Jeroen Caron after this short break. And a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Ron Mühlenkamp get a bit of Kevin Garcia by 4 legs to nil before the break. It's now time for our final game of the first round, which sees Mr. P, Daryl Pilgrim, in action. He's the man who is top of the group. He won 4 out of 5 yesterday, but his one defeat was in this fixture against Jeroen Caron yesterday, 4-3 in that particular fixture. Caron helped by that 146 checkout average, 93.5 in that particular victory. Our Belgian qualifier through ADC Europe is Jeroen, the 36-year-old from Langemark in Belgium. His debut here at the Super Series. Well, what is there to be said about Daryl Pilgrim, which we haven't said before over the last few days? A winner of a Challenge Tour event in 2023. The 36-year-old from South Croydon is going to be one of the favourites when it comes to Q School to pick up that elusive PDC Tour card. We've seen him do good stuff on the PDC Pro Tour as an associate member. He now wants to be a full member, but first and foremost, he wants to be a member of the Super Series Final 6 tomorrow night, and he's in a very good position to do exactly
First
that.
leg, it's Jeroen to throw
Coming
first.
top of the table with Colin
Game
Osborne
on.
as things stand, but this is his game in hand against that player, the 4-7 favourite. Did get backed in very quickly to 2-5 in order to win this group. I think
100.
value available at 2-5, but can he return the fortunes here against Jeroen Caron, the man who really took this to the Super Series stage very well, and a player who
85.
statistically we had concerns about, but we have this quite a lot where the players out there on the various tours producing a certain standard, and they come here and they find an extra gear, an extra level to their game.
100.
You have absolute perfect preparation conditions in order to in that peak
100.
performance. Something about playing in front of the cameras as well that can inspire a player, and it's certainly inspiring Jeroen.
108.
Maximum in the opening leg. His 8th maximum of this group.
82. Jeroen, you
only
require
hit 5 in his
121.
Group A campaigns. His average better in this group than it was in his Group A campaign. So he's actually getting better and better
89.
as this week goes on.
We sometimes get beat by stark contrast. Khaled for ADC qualifiers has a really good first day, and then sometimes the reality can set in, it goes the other way. He's left double 16 after 12 darts here.
Jeroen, you
To take
require
a 1-0
32.
lead against Pilgrim.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
looked so
Jeroen
comfortable in
Caron.
doing so as well. 13 dart start for Jeroen Caron. 1-0 to the good he is against Daryl Pilgrim.
Second leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
And he hits back.
180.
So maximum's already, and we're only a leg and a throw in. Sounds like one of those old school
42.
playground games, doesn't it? A leg and a throw.
Well, the last 2 meetings between the pair have gone 4-3. Pilgrim
125.
losing out on Thursday to Canon, and it was Mr. P that won the meeting between the pair when it came to Wednesday's action at the
59.
Super Series. Canon winning Tuesday's meeting by, well, in comparison to their meetings this week, a bit more of a comfortable scoreline, 4-2.
180.
But Pilgrim, with 2 maximums in 3 visits, has left double 8 after 9. He's on for a potential 10 darter to hit back from the 13 that Caroon mustered in leg 1.
140. Daryl, you require 16. Game
Best
shot
leg of the
second
week, and it can only be
Daryl
bettered by
Pilgrim.
1. 1 apiece it is between Pilgrim and Caron.
Third leg, it's
But you
Jeroen
said
to
in the
throw
last
first.
game you was waiting for this
Game
group to
on.
ignite. I think it's about to explode. They start to this fixture here. Both players at the peak
100.
of their powers, both bringing the A game, and this is what you like to see. Game clipping along at a good pace. Standard
140.
And both players kind of go at a similar clippity-clop pace, so it kind of suits each other, doesn't it? They're not exactly speedsters, but they're not exactly slow at the same time.
60.
I've mentioned about the action, the throw, and the technique here of Jeroen Caron, and said when he gets that sort of relaxation in the shoulders, that just allows that arm to move freely.
100.
See the very best of him, and he's got that very much so here. So many factors in this throw can be very relatable and very seen in the mechanics of Steve Beaton. One of the
180.
most iconic throws for eye candy darts. Oh, this is incredible.
140.
Talking about eye candy.
You require 161.
Averaging 123 midway through the third leg. Well, it could be the end of the third leg if Caron takes out the 161. Treble 17. Would have left the bull. And he may have to take out the 161 after 12 just to win legs.
You require 121.
No, this is well within the range of Mr. P, but that's a sloppy dart. He's lost the line. Going to be a set-up shot.
81.
12 darts, left himself a double. He may not get a go because Caron, 104 average so far and looking so likely. Be feeling the dartboard is twice the size.
Game shot on the third leg. Jeroen Caron.
2-1, 15 darter. Every single leg has been won in 15 or less so far. We've had a 15,
fourth leg,
a 13 and a 10 so far in this match. Pilgrim's 2-1 down, averaging 119 and a half.
100.
Caron 18 to 1 to win the group. In terms of getting second place, see the one that maybe
91.
people haven't spoken up about in this performance may put him on that radar again.
Well, at the start
60.
of the show, I said Colin Osborne, I think, is going to get that second place, but not without drama. It's going to be a lot of drama today. This one's going to go all the way. We've seen Ron Muhlenkamp put in that performance in the last game, an improved performance
44.
and improved control over his own emotions. And now we've got Jeroen Caron putting in the performance of the week for him so far. And it seems to be when he plays Daryl Pilgrim, he's bringing out his very best.
60.
Something about the big name or reputation that brings out the big performance in Jeroen.
Which could mean if he gets through to tomorrow night's final, he could be that type of player,
96.
kind of akin to Moreno Michels, who whenever he played a big name or had a big occasion, he kind of rose to it. I'm hoping that we're going to see Moreno back here at the Super Series
85.
in 2024 at
Daryl,
some
you
point,
require
because we saw some real
170.
good stuff from him. We've already seen Pilgrim take this out this week. I'm going to repeat the feat twice.
96. $100. Daryl, you require
So Pilgrim
74
to level this game up at 2 apiece. 20. The tops. Not seen a dart missed at double in this
Game shot
match,
on
and
the
we're still
fourth
not going to
leg.
see one
Daryl
missed at a
Pilgrim.
double. Pilgrim levels up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Jeroen to throw first.
Hard
Game
work,
on.
needs to mop himself down.
$134.
Spectacular there for Caron. A tight dart of the 20s, dropped it low. Instantly switches down to the 19s for great success.
84.
Good, sensible play there from Caron. You know, that one, though that dart's low, it was
100.
thrown well. So you don't mind going low. It's just when you throw with that little bit of tension you're aware of that you end up switching around the board. So good understanding of his emotions here.
87.
And we're starting to get to that point in the game now where Darrell Pilgrim, yes, he's playing very well in this game, but we start to question if the opportunity to present itself for a breaker throw is going to come, because Caron on throw is being absolutely
60.
dominant.
Which is why the 95 is able to defy the 104.
140.
Because Caron doesn't have to break in this match. He can have 3 complete off legs on the Pilgrim throw if he wants to, as long as he turns it on when he's throwing first.
85.
And that's what he's been doing so far, although Pilgrim does have a little bit of an outside squeak of a break here.
60.
Only a 60, which means Caron still does have that advantage. Should get a dart of the ball from here. It is the bullseye for 3-2.
77.
First dart missed at a double in this match.
130.
A question if Pilgrim's going to get any opportunities to break the throw. These are your opportunities, Darrell. These are the chances you're going to be getting. And he's got a dart at the bullseye himself.
91.
Ends up going wide of the posts.
You require 45.
So both players have had a dart to win this 5th leg. Caron comes back for 45. 2 at tops. He's been so good on this week. It's below double 10. And that is the first real sizable miss that we've seen in this match. And now Darrell Pilgrim has the opportunity to break the throw and thus throw for the match in the next if he can find double 16. 2 8s. 3-2 Pilgrim. He breaks Jeroen Caron and now throws for the match. The league leader is a leg away from moving on to 10 points. And importantly, following the end of the first round of fixtures, we've moved 4 points clear of 3rd place with just 8 points left to play for.
This is why he was favoured to win the week.
140.
This is why, when those odds flashed up at the start of the session, all ran to have a gobble up at the 4-7.
81.
Darrell Pilgrim, once again, showing be a class above the rest. 95 average across his
100.
5 games yesterday. Could open A2 here at Group C. An average in excess of a ton. Never dropped below the ton throughout
66.
the majority of this game, Darrell Pilgrim. 102.47. Going into the key moment of this match. Caron just dropped off at the wrong
82.
time. 10 points have come off over his average over the last sort of leg and a half. As he hit Darrell Pilgrim with everything he's got,
81.
found that Pilgrim was just still stood standing.
It was kind of similar to Pilgrim's game with Garcia yesterday. If you're going to beat Pilgrim when he's at this level, you need to have staying power, where Garcia, a bit like Caron, managed to for the first 3 or 4 legs, but then just ran out of steam towards the line. But Pilgrim, still averaging in excess of a ton, has left 80 after 12, still a 4-2 win.
97. Darrell, you require 80.
And he's going to have the luxury of time. Caron cannot leave a finish. Traditional phantom throw as he approaches the oki. And because his opponent isn't on a finish, he goes towards the 16s, leaving himself a dart at double 8.
72.
Which moves on to the inside wire.
60.
So he's already missed a dart for the match. Darrell Pilgrim.
8.
He comes back for 3 more at double 4. And makes no mistake second time as Darrell Pilgrim moves on to 10 points, 4 clear of 3rd place in the table as he dispatches of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 2. The only player to beat Mr. P yesterday has been dispatched by Darrell there. Strong start, average ticking just under a ton, 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. Caron stuck with the task for the first 4 legs, but Pilgrim's prowess prevailed in the end. That's the end of the first round of fixtures. Coming up on the other side of this short break, we're going to see Kevin Garcia in action up against Steve Brown. Both of these players in desperate search of a win. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the first round of fixtures, and it has seen Daryl Pilgrim get the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 2. So Pilgrim has moved 4 points clear of third place in the league standings. Pilgrim on 10, Osborne on 8 points in second spot, while Meulenkamp 6 points in third, with Steve Brown, Jeroen Caron and Kevin Garcia all on 4 points in 4th, 5th and 6th spot in the table, respectively. So, Pilgrim, as you can see there, top of the pile, top of the league standings. He is in full command of proceedings. Remember, it is the top 2 that progress their way through to the final tomorrow night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Matthew Edgar alongside myself, Henry Deacon here in the commentary box for all of the day's action. And it's fair to say that we were asking and wondering who's going to set their stall out. It was fair to say Daryl Pilgrim was the player in round 1.
And it'll probably be the same for round 2, 3, 4 and 5 as well. I do believe we're playing for second position here in this table. And with that in mind, we've got 2 players here that are both on 4 points. So this is now crucial time for these players. They have both already probably lost
76.
more than your usual quota for a Group C, but with a runaway leader like Daryl Pilgrim, could open the door for a 12-point second place position.
134. $140.
Steve Brown started slowly yesterday, games 1 and 2, but then really picked it up towards the back end of the day. Games 3 and 5, both 90-plus averages for the Bomber.
96.
He had that same sort of vibe today, missing opportunity to pick up the points in the opening game against Colin Osborne. All the doubling that let him down there.
56.
Just 3 hits from the 15 darts.
$41.
Fancy his chances here against Garcia, who didn't even get a dart at a double in his opening game when he went down 4-0 to Ron the Bomb.
Steve, you require 148.
148 for Brown for the break, doesn't go. So Garcia back for 136 to take out the
94.
first leg. It'll be the first top
Kevin, you
topper that we've
require
seen so far today.
136.
In a couple in the 90 range, 90 and 97 respectively. So Brown back with another chance to break, and it should be a couple of
63.
tops.
Steve, you require 54. Game shot on
And
the
Brown
first
makes
leg.
no mistake
Steve
into the
Brown.
top right-hand corner. 1-0 Steve Brown with a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw
The
first.
bomb on the board.
Game on.
No players in desperate search of a win here. You sense that the loser will kind of detach themselves from
93.
proceedings, especially when Pilgrim and Osborne go toe-to-toe next. They kind of need Pilgrim to do some damage and hope that the rest behind is kind of carnage.
40. $135.
Actually having a chat with a
83.
couple of the players, and they're all pretty much based at the same building this week. They're all pretty much staying at the same hotel in the local vicinity.
117.
Put it this way, there's a certain hotel that feels like a tournament hotel. So much so that Conan Whitehead and Robert Thornton are actually staying in rooms next door to one another.
134. Steve, you require 156. 45.
What is that like when you play at a tournament, everybody's at the same hotel?
Depends who you're around. Some
96.
players are an absolute
Steve, you require
nightmare to be around.
111.
We have what we call on the tour dart player chats, which is where all they want to do is talk about
26.
darts. And
Kevin,
they want
you
to break it
require
down. Oh, if I'd have hit this
148.
double, if it that double, if I'd have done this, if I'd done that.
Oh, 14 for 148 for Kevin Garcia. Moves inside.
134. Steve, you require
But Kevin always said, if
85.
I'd hit that 148, I could have never did up against Steve Brown.
65.
But he gets another crack.
Kevin, you require 14.
2 sevens.
The double that won't do well for Garcia. That's why he's switching here. The way his darts
10.
land in the board, the angle of entry,
You
going
require
underneath,
20.
he had to hit that or come inside. He could not have one on the bottom wire like he did. Nodding along, he thinks his chance has gone. Or he did.
No score.
You could see from the
Kevin, you
angle there
require
he had
4.
next to nothing to go for, and that's why the last dart sank as low as it did. Garcia up for double one.
Game
One
shot
up,
on the second
one
leg.
in,
Kevin
and he's in the
Garcia.
game. He breaks back. He levels at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $92.
Well, the players list full Q score is available
100.
now on Dark Connect, and there's some interesting names. I'm not going to read them all out because we'll be here all day and all night, but just having a look at EU Q
28.
score first, and the first name that really jumps off the page is the brand new WDF Lakeside champion, Andy Bartons,
180.
who is hoping not to defend his title next year because he'll be on the PDC Pro Tour.
139. $125.
Of course, players outside the European Union in the UK have an option of which Q score they could go to. So we'll have a look at who's gone where as well as the day goes along. We'll have a look at the
58.
list throughout the course of the
Steve
day.
required
But Brown here,
96.
96 for the break. For a potential full visit leg there.
36. $136. Steve, you require 60.
Chance.
Game
2-1,
shot on the third
Steve
leg,
Brown.
Steve Brown.
Just beginning to up it a little bit here is Steve.
Needed to there. The 180 looked
Fourth
like it had
leg,
caused
it's
the
Steve to throw
separation,
first.
but
Game
couple
on.
of double treble visits there from Kevin Garcia, nearly doing enough to hold on to his throw. But here comes Brown again.
140. $59.
Yeah, just going back through some of the names. Jeffrey de Graaf, who had a very good run at the World Championship, played it at the Super Series at the back end of last year, got to the last 32, lost to Rob Cross. He's going to be playing in the EUQ school. That's his Ryan de
48.
Vrede. We've seen him here a few times. Benjamin Druru's very good Danish player. Martijn Dracht, who I think is going to stand a very good chance of winning a card. Martijn Dracht.
28. $96.
Andreas Harrison, again, is going to stand a very good chance in my eyes of getting a card.
46.
Max Hopp going to EUQ school. Danny Janssen. Finn,
98.
Marco Cantler, Jelle
Steve, you require
Kassen.
152.
We have a look at Brown on the 152. Doesn't go.
42.
And your old mucker's going as well, Darius.
Really hope he gets a card, because then he'll stay out of my way
35.
for a year.
Steve, you require 110.
They might be playing Series 7 week 1 with you if not. Always go bullseye with 90 in hand,
42.
Steve. And he has got the luxury of time. Garcia's had a bit of an off leg here.
Once again here, a fantastic setup shot from Kevin
133.
Garcia to
Steve, you require
apply the
68.
pressure. Steve Brown, who might only be getting the dart of the double, he's going to get two.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
fourth leg,
finishing
Steve
there from
Brown.
Steve Brown. Puts himself a leg away. For Garcia, the key hope and
Fifth
the
leg, it's Kevin
key
to throw
cling here
first.
is that he only needs to break the
Game
throw
on.
of Brown once, but that's going to be sandwiched with two holds. A much more improved performance here from Kevin Garcia, but still needs to find that little bit more.
140. $28.
It's fair to say we know where Brown's going to be mopsing around. He's going to be mopsing around that 80 average for the most part.
57.
But he's finding spells.
$119.
Richie move on to 6 points. Level with Moolenkamp. Actually put him above Moolenkamp on legs difference.
140.
Depending on the margin of victory. Osborne and Pilgrim follow this game. They're the top two in the group.
180.
Brown hits a max to
Kevin, you require 164.
remove the breathing space that Garcia thought he had. He's still got 2 visits for the 164. But he knows that after Brown's next visit, he is going to be tapping him on
92.
the shoulder.
$96. Kevin, you require 72.
Another. Tops for 3-2.
32.
Nudged above the wire, and
Steve,
so
you
Brown is
require
back for the
78.
match.
Going to be 2 at double 12. And he's pulled it low, very, very low. And he's bust the score. He goes back to 78. An
No score.
absolute nightmare visit there for Steve
Kevin,
Brown.
you require 40.
Reprieve for
Game shot on the
Garcia,
fifth
and we
leg,
go
Kevin
back to
Garcia.
3-2. Brown throwing for the match. He's at least got that insurance policy.
6th leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. 83.
You don't really get with Steve Brown, is it? There's never really much show of expression or emotion.
97.
I think at that point, I'd have been the old Colin Lloyd.
95.
But Brown comes from that very, I don't want to say old school because I don't want to sound disrespectful, but he comes from that generation where you get told not
36.
to let any kind of emotion out. Don't let your opponent show you, or don't show your opponent anything, and give them a feeling that you're exploiting
85.
some kind of weakness. He's recovered and responded well in this leg.
40.
Found a treble with every visit so far, Steve Brown, which is a minimum requirement. You got the throw to really have control of the match. The one treble coming back from Garcia. Steve Brown's
58.
got luxury of time here without having to be spectacular.
It's a bit like just clubbing your way up and down a golf course. You can just
140.
pitch it up and just get yourself on the green with all kind of serenity. But now,
56.
he's recovered well with the last star, but still he should have left it much more handy than 1-2-4.
100.
He carefully watched
Steve,
here
you
the
require
scoreboard as
124.
Garcia piles in a ton. Triple 18. We've left the bullseye. Garcia back for 88 to send us all the way
52.
to a deciding leg from 3-1
you
down.
require 88.
Brown squandered a 3-1 lead yesterday against Jeroen Caron. If Garcia finds the bull, he may
shot on a
feel like he may
leg,
be
Kevin
treading down that
Garcia.
path again.
Seventh and
Not
final
long ago,
leg.
Steve
It's Kevin
Brown
to
had
throw
two match
first.
darts in his hand and
Game on.
a long way away from it, and all of a sudden now needs to dig very, very deep here against Garcia.
35.
The opportunity has presented itself on the opening exchange.
41.
Nerves, tension. The loser of this is pretty much gone.
40.
The winner has hope.
To talk on de facto
96.
terms, this is a knockout match. Effectively.
75.
Brown has wrestled the darts from the grasp of Garcia.
58.
That dry visit opens the door back up for the Merseyside man. Question of who wants it more?
I don't think that's the problem. I think
96.
the problem is they want it too much. Brings its own tensions and problems. It's great for us watching. Seen all the drama
29.
unfold, but now it's a big, big chance for Kevin Garcia.
$87.
7 points, but big enough at this time, in this context, in this leg, to open up that little bit of a gap.
100.
Realistically, Brown needed a 2 treble visit there. Garcia is going to be first to a finish.
It
40.
will be, but it's not a handy one. It's not a nice one. Brown will be thinking here, I've got 6 darts. 6 opportunities to get this wrapped up.
See the eyes there,
76.
still steely as ever.
Kevin, you require 128.
But the last dart there means Steve Brown is left on a 3-darter. Dead straight, he could have had the 2. Garcia hit the bull in the last leg.
83. Steve, you require 101.
Brown needs 101, otherwise his hopes could be consigned to the dustbin. Treble 19 would have left him double 12 to have escaped
69.
from this game.
Kevin,
and
you
from
require
3-1 behind,
45.
Kevin Garcia now has an opportunity to claim a comeback win. Tops
Game shot.
for the
and match,
turnaround for Kevin Garcia. And from 3-1 behind, he's a 4-3 victor. That's the second time in 2 days that Steve Brown has squandered a 3-1 lead in a match. Kevin Garcia, with a 78 average, 4 for 12 of the doubles, beat Steve Brown by 4 legs to 3. We're going to take a break. When we return, we're going to see the top 2 players in the league standings go toe-to-toe. Daryl Pilgrim and Colin Osborne lock horns. They do battle after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the 2 favourites to progress through to tomorrow night's finals, the 2 star names of this Group C, go toe-to-toe. Colin Osborne in your picture there on 8 points, but it is that man, Daryl Pilgrim, who is top of the pile. 10 points to his name. He has won all but one of his matches so far, and he has shown that star quality that we know that he has got in abundances. It was a Group A trial and tribulation for Mr. P, but Group C has had a bit more serenity around it. A win here, move him on to 12 points, and would move him on the cusp of qualification. But we know Colin Osborne oh so well, don't we, Matt? And we know that he's a wily old character and showed glimpses. The only issue against Steve was missed doubles, which was something Daryl did not do at all.
I think this is a game that's going to have eyes on, not just eyes on from the viewers, but eyes on from the practice room as well. Because if Colin Osborne is to win this game,
40.
Not going to leave much hope left for the rest of the chasing pack. Because it's going to open up a bit of a gap with the top 2. They'll all be hoping that Mr. P can win this fixture.
120.
See again there, that really heavy deflection. Darryl Pilgrim, that's due to this sort of heavy moulded all-in-one system that a lot of players are using now. When that classes
60.
into each other, that point could end up going anywhere.
Now Pilgrim went off as the 4-9 bookmakers' favourite to go on to win this game. Colin Osborne, 13-8, the outsider. Remember 18 plus and begambleaware.org for more information about safer and responsible gambling.
$42. $64.
Pilgrim threatening the break in the first.
44.
But that slip has just opened the door wide open for the Wizard.
$99. Darryl, you require 160.
He's had a 164 and he's had a 170 this week. He's not going to add the 160 to the Glistening Collection. Still not had a 10 plus out so far today.
88. Colin, you
Maybe
require
Osborne
104.
can change that particular statistic here. Can he just move it up half an inch? Yes is the answer. Double 12 for Ton Topper. Yes, it is in Cole. Two 12s.
80.
Just grazes the wire, and so
Darryl, you
Pilgrim
require
comes back for the
72.
break. 72. Gonna be a dart at tops
Game
for the
shot on
break
first
for Darryl
leg,
Pilgrim. And
Pilgrim.
how good has he been last dart in hand so far today?
I think you said too many words. I think you
Second
should have just
leg,
said,
it's
how
Darryl
good
to
has he
throw
been?
First. Game on.
He's had a complete all-round game here. And I think he knows as well in this game, this is the one, beats
134.
Colin Osborne, it's pretty much job done. He'll move himself 6 points clear of the top two cut-off position.
60.
And that first requirement would be done. Get yourself a Saturday night.
$100.
Who's going to be the master darter tomorrow night here at the Super
43.
Series? You could actually be here in the crowd on a Saturday night. Just scan that QR code. It takes you to a website called shop.tv where you can book your tickets at each and every Saturday night. It's just a £2 booking fee to see the delights of that place. Look at that in all its glory, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, a purpose-built darts venue.
95. Darryl, you require
And so
127.
it is time for the 127 and game. Oh, crikey.
111.
Has left himself double 8 after 12, and Colin Osborne's had a bit of an off game here, and he is getting trounced as a consequence of it.
95.
Struggling to make inroads
Darryl,
in
you
this
require
leg.
16.
Pilgrim double 8.
Game shot on a second leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
13 darter, Darryl Pilgrim, 2-0 he leads, and he's got all the comfort that one would want.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $81. $123. 97.
Jack Garwood, our referee this afternoon. His last session refereeing this week before
80.
he departs us. We have a
140.
couple of referees joining us over the next week or so, including Charlie Corstorphine returning to the Super Series. One of the best referees in the world is Charlie. Refereed his first
100.
PDC major final in 2023, and I think Owen Binks is going to be doing a couple of sessions as well.
$159.
Well, this is quality for Colin. Outscored in the last leg. Leads double 12 after 12 to pull it back to 2-1.
100. Colin, you require 24.
And it does, it becomes a habit. He was missing the
Darryl, you
doubles in the
require
opening game. He
98.
missed 15 darts in that one. You can see how it's affected into the scoring phase of this one, where you just try and push it a little bit harder to give yourselves more opportunities at the back end of the legs. He's got problems with the doubles. Pilgrim's got none.
Pilgrim.
It's 2 against him in that leg. It's 3 from 3, but technically 4 from 4 here for Mr. P, who
Fourth leg, it's
could
Darryl
be
to throw first.
dishing up a sizable
Game
blow
on.
here to Colin Osborne, who leg difference was 0 coming into this. He could do with getting some legs on the board at least, but to do
180.
that, he's going to have to find his very, very best. He's going to have to find the peak Colin Osborne, because Darryl Pilgrim, once again, averaging clear over a ton.
60.
The Flying Eagle is swooping. The Mr. P Express is in full flow.
134.
Average now just under 105. And Osborne is just going to have to take this one on the chin.
100.
He's got all the time one could want to wrap this up now. They move on to 12 points.
57.
6 points ahead of Moulenkamp, who plays next. If Jeroen Caron wins that one, that's pretty much it, bar the shouting.
45. Darryl, you require 130.
For the match. Didn't have to go for ball.
58.
Moves across and leads himself 72 for the match. Hasn't missed a dart at double so far in this one, and he's going to get a match-winning go upon his return.
220 points ahead in the scoring phase. Just shows the clear dominance that has been
140.
in this fixture from Darryl
Darryl, you
Pilgrim.
require 72.
Give himself a 6-point buffer on Meulenkamp and Garcia, who are 3rd and 4th place respectively.
And the match.
And Darryl Pilgrim, 100% on the doubles. Could we say 125% on the doubles following the double-double attempt? Another solid performance with an average just shy of 100. A 4-0 demolition job over Colin Osborne. A result that will really pique the interest of the rest of the chasing pack. This group has plenty more twists and turns. Ron Meulenkamp looking to put himself into that 2nd position when he takes on Jeroen Caron in our next fixture.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mr. P has continued his perfect run of form. He's only lost 1 game from 7 so far, and he beat Colin Osborne with a matter of ease before the break, averaging 98.5, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, and he is also almost there. Next up for us, Jeroen Caron, who played well against Pilgrim, but just got succumbed by the man from South Korea, and he takes on Von Meulenkamp, who beat Kevin Garcia by the margin of 4-0 in his opener here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Beautiful arena. You're going to be playing on that stage next week, Matt.
Yeah.
First leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
A man riddled with enthusiasm.
I think the rest of the players will be enthusiastic about it, that'll be for sure. Year's got to start somewhere, though. Got to get back on the board. I've been very vocal about the goal, and the ambition is to get to Lakeside and
45.
take that title, so the journey has to start somewhere.
Just so you know, the odds haven't come out yet for next week, but when they do, if you put £1 on Matthew Edgar,
180.
you stand to lose £1.
I made that joke already about Glenn, you know, but just have been reading my joke sheets.
140. 134.
What's not a joke is the way Jeroen Caron's come out of the gate here. Ton 81-3-4. In both matches, he's kicked off well.
100.
Oh, he's certainly hit the ground running in his couple of fixtures. He did lose his way a little bit in the last game, which is ultimately what cost him, but he was taking on a very inspired Mr. P.
100.
Well, Caron, he is making a sip really here in the last chance saloon.
60. Jeroen, you require 87.
Single and pull.
62.
Doesn't go, and so
Ron, you require
Meulenkamp
156.
needs to take out the 156. Caron threatening the break. He's going to get a couple in hand at 8-8 to do exactly that upon his return. He's already had a dart at the bullseye to win this leg.
128. Jeroen, you require 25.
On left, Meulenkamp now on a double.
Game shot on the first
Finds
leg.
it last
Jeroen
time.
Caron.
Hand, Caron gets the break. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on. 100. 140.
Well, I know there's 1 or 2 that'll be making the pilgrimage to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth tomorrow evening. If you want to join, then do scan that QR code. It takes you to a website called dartshop.tv.
60.
And whilst you're there, if you fancy a year of darting fun, well, tickets are also available for the World Seniors Darts Championship at the Circus Tavern.
99.
February 15th to February the 18th. A particular tournament taking place at the one of the most iconic venues in the sport.
140.
You did the final last year, didn't you, Matt?
128.
Thornton, Richie Howson. Really, really good final. Richie Howson had a lot of support in that night. Not able to get over the line. Robert Thornton, the man who's already booked his place into Saturday
60.
night.
Ron, you require
In
134.
preparation of trying to make it a hat-trick of Seniors World Championships. Really may have his hands full with a man who's been dominating that Seniors Tour recently, Leonard Gates.
58. Jeroen, you require 141.
Yeah, well, man, Chris Murphy, the voice of the seniors, is going to be there, I'm sure, as well.
43. Ron,
76 for Moon and Camp to
76.
break back to make it 1-1. Going to be a dart. It's going to be at tops. And it's
Shot
going to
on the
level this
second
match
leg,
up.
Ron Moolenkamp.
One apiece it is. 15 data for Moolenkamp, averaging just under 97.5 to level this game up
Third
at one
leg,
apiece.
it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
Much more polished today for Muhlenkamp. Even in the demeanour, the shoulders are back, the chest is out. Much more confident approach today from Muhlenkamp, and
60.
no doubt much more confident after that opening fixture. 5 darts at the doubles, converted 4. It's when you're hitting those doubles that you really do start to get the confidence going. Really does get the belief.
135.
If you always know you've got that in the back pocket if you need it to bail you out of a situation.
100.
Well, this has been a good game, hasn't it? 94 the averages, the pair.
90.
Camp with his third 140 of the match. He wins this game with a performance like this, it will not be too late for him. Be 11 points with Colin Osborne because of his slip up against Daryl Pilgrim last time out.
105. Jeroen, you require 141.
They would play 4 from home, their second last match. Come on, looking him up at the 141. It's the second time in 2 legs that he's left this finish. It's not going to go on this occasion like it didn't last time. Moon and Camp
79. Ron, you require 96.
looking for 96.
Anytime Muhlenkamp's been coming to the board at an opportunity to check out, he's been doing so. So much so, going for the 2 doubles. Has been hitting the outer ring so successfully.
77.
And a rare miss at a double there for Muhlenkamp offers the opportunity for Jeroen Caron to get that break of throw. Break of throw that he would need in order to get the points here from Muhlenkamp. And this is a fine performance here from Jeroen Caron. Once again, backing up that performance. He's getting better and better every single day here at the Super Series.
Game on.
Well, you get to the point where you wonder, where have we found him from? He's a product of the ADC European system.
60.
A qualifier. And there's going to be plenty more to come as well, as far as that's concerned. I actually spent a little bit of time this morning having a chat with John Locken, who's the
100.
main man behind ADC Europe. And he's been giving me a number of information and stats regarding the qualification processes out in ADC Europe. They've had 7 qualifying school events, of which Jimmy Van Schie of the Netherlands has qualified 4 times from. Jeroen Caron actually qualified twice. He then lost a subsequent event to Dennis van der Ende, who we're going to see here. Then they had 2 South European qualifiers just before Christmas, so we can get a different depth of talent. John Michael won both of them, so he's going to be returning, the Greek.
100.
Meanwhile, they also had their first major tournament. Their first major, the Benelux Masters. The top 4 players qualified for the MODUS Super Series. So the semi-finalists, Gilbert van der Meyen,
90.
Wesley Plazier, Jeroen Mioch and Reveliano Dubois have all qualified. And it was Gilbert van der Meijden who actually won that tournament, getting the better of Jeroen Mioch in the final by 5 legs to 2. So we'll
58.
see them here at the Super Series in due course.
He was always on the World Championship Christmas bingo card, wasn't he, John Michael, for doing that
180.
dance that he does before the Stavros Flatley.
Meulenkamp
Run you require
putting his foot on the
32.
press in this leg. Double 16 can cause him problems. But is that far enough away to help? That's too close. That's too close to be a guide, and he has to move all the way across. Oh, what a
Shot on
fight!
a fourth leg.
What a
Run
fight that
Meulenkamp.
is. That could be dart of the day.
Well, as it's very early into the year, I'm going to say
Fifth
that's
leg,
start of the
it's
year
Ron to
so
throw
far, because
first.
at one point, I thought he
Game
was going to
on.
ask Jack Garwood to duck.
He is from Nottingham, so the word duck is appropriate. Hey up, duck.
100.
I don't think they say that in Nottingham. I think your geography's just slightly off on that one.
Well, they do it in Nottingham because I remember going to Nottingham
140.
and they were just launching something to do with Nottingham, and the brand ambassador was a duck, and the slogan was "A up, duck."
This sounds like a great event.
100.
I went to Nottingham for something in Nottingham. Yeah, really
It
stood
was on
out.
the tram system. On the tram, they had like toy ducks everywhere, and it was like Nottingham something or another. A up, duck.
60.
Sounds fascinating. Is there any tickets for this year's event? Sold out.
They used to have a massive Debenhams in Nottingham as well.
97.
Travelling's lost on you, isn't it, Henry? The only time you left Portsmouth all year for rubber ducks.
93.
Did I not tell you I went to Silverstone? Anyway, back to the darts because Meulenkamp has put in another
140.
strong leg. He's left 64 after 12 to put himself 3-2 in front, to put the bomb on the hill.
Same story for Jerome Caron. He hits the ground running. He comes out firing.
26.
Just makes you question what sort of
Run you require
formats they're playing
64.
over in Belgium. Is it short format games, just a leg here and there, best of 3, which what traditionally we do in the UK in the local system. We're saying that this format's quite short,
48.
but maybe to Jeroen, this is quite a long format. He's got that level of performance. He's just not been able to sustain it throughout a whole fixture.
32. Run you require 16.
And Meulenkamp is willing to step in. He
Gate on a
steps
fifth
into
leg.
a 3-2
Run
lead.
Meulenkamp. Sixth
Well,
leg, it's
Jeroen
Jeroen
asked
to throw
Ron,
first.
are you ready to step in?
Game on.
And Ron duly obliged. And this is a lukewarm performance from Ron Meulenkamp.
60.
97.03 the average. 3 out of 7 on the doubles. There is not a lot not to like about this performance thus far. And that's on the back of another strong
97.
performance in the opener. 4 from 5, 88.5 average.
I was just starting to think you was making some Christmas jokes, Henry. Then I realised there's only 354 days, 9 hours, 6 minutes till Christmas.
Please
55.
don't, because I've got Phil Bars in my ear, and all I will hear all day is Elton John and Whamageddon.
$137.
Big one here for Meulenkamp. If he can get over the line and get the victory over Jeroen Caron, he's going to move into second position. on leg
84.
difference, which when we talked about that defeat for Colin Osborne where he lost to Darryl Pilgrim 4-0, that is where it will really come into play.
100.
Pilgrim takes on Garcia. Our next round of fixtures.
84. Ron, you require 167.
Moolenkamp
99.
closing in. Caron needs something big.
$69. Ron, you require
Sees
68.
himself on a finish, but it's a tangible one. But Moolenkamp has been so lethal in this range for the match. And a 4-2 win, which puts him above Colin Osborne in the table. But that is precarious for him. He's already found one good find,
52.
but he can't find a
Jeroen,
second.
you require
And if this 149
149
goes for Jeroen Caron, because of legs difference, Darryl Pilgrim will go through. This could be the king-making moment for Mr. P, but it doesn't go.
97. Ron, you require 16.
Back for the match. But again, it's so awkward because of the barrel.
Game
But he
shot,
finds
and the
a
match,
way,
Ron
and he moves up
Moolenkamp.
to second place. And Ron the Bomb is making an explosive move on day 2. He gets the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 2, with an average of 95.45. 4 from 11 when it came to the finishing, and a 76 out, which kind of changed the game. Caron was on a finish at that point. Caron again, a strong start, but just faltered as it came towards the line. We're going to take a short break. Darryl Pilgrim can secure his passage, and he takes on Kevin Garcia.
Welcome back to the live lounge where the MODUS Super Series Group C campaign is, well, approaching its conclusion, and something could be concluded after the next game. Daryl Pilgrim playing Kevin Garcia after winning his first two matches, 4-2 against Jeroen Caron, 4-0 against Colin Osborne. And Kevin Garcia, well, he went down 4-0 in his opening match against Ron Muhlenkamp. Did get a win. Before that, he's up to 6 points. Colin Osborne up to 8. Muhlenkamp, though, now in second place, chasing Daryl Pilgrim. It looks like it will be a battle for second. Pilgrim is as good as through, but if he gets two legs in this fixture with Kevin Garcia, then he will confirm his place at finals night along with Robert Thornton. So Pilgrim just a couple of legs away, and talking you through the action, it's back to Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So, Daryl Pilgrim is on the cusp. He has made his move again on day 2, and he is within a whisker. That's not Chris Murphy and Scott Mitchell. I'm Henry Deacon alongside Matthew Edgar in commentary. Have you won a 2015 World Championship by any chance, Matt?
No, I'm definitely not Scott Mitchell. I just had to check. Yep, not Scott Mitchell.
Anyway, another game of darts is come up between Garcia and Pilgrim.
Pilgrim has been the dominant force in this group, hasn't he? He's been spectacular at times. 95 average across the day yesterday, and he's rose that today. 99.66, 98.56.
Game on.
8 hits at the double from his 11 attempts. He has been absolutely rock solid. And
60.
if you're going to think about predictions, if you're going to think about where we'd expect our punters to be, I'm expecting them all to be in the favour of Mr. P.
25. 45.
So much so that he's a whopping great big favourite for this. Currently trading at 1-10 to win this fixture.
93. 55. 46.
Well, it's been an uncharacteristically pedestrian start for Daryl in this game.
97.
'Sometimes when you go
59.
into a game and you're such a big favourite to win it and you expect to win it, it does become a lot harder. Not that I was a big favourite very often within my darting career, but
108.
on occasion you'd go to an event like the UK Open, you'd find yourself a 1-6 favourite to win a match, and it actually became more nervy and edgy, being so
25.
expectant on winning
Daryl,
the
you
game.
require 64.
Ryan Searle, someone who often talks about how he likes to be the underdog. Problem is, when you're in and around that top 16 in the world, you don't get to be the underdog too often.
48.
That's what Daryl Pilgrim's problem here is at the MODUS Super Series. He is a record holder. Broke his own record here at the Super Series.
121. Daryl, you require 16.
Well, even an off leg from Daryl
shot on
Pilgrim,
the
he's not
first
being
leg,
put under
Daryl
much
Pilgrim.
pressure. 1-0 he leads. You'd say he hasn't even got out of fifth
Second
gear, but I
leg,
don't
it's
even
Kevin
think
to
he's
throw
turned the
first.
ignition yet.
Game on. 96. 99.
Just having another look at some of the Q school entries in the European Union. Brian Romanik's tour card holder
57.
in there. Ben Wobb is in that particular occasion as well. Hupai Puhard too. Liam Mendel Lawrence is going to be there.
58.
Now, by going single 18 there, Darryl Pilgrim has left himself on 3-4-4 as opposed to 3-4-6.
83.
And you may be wondering, sorry, 3-4-2. You may be wondering as to why that might be significant. Well, if Pilgrim had hit a maximum there, he would have left himself on a finish. Whereas if he hit a single 20 and then hit a maximum, he would have found himself on a bogey.
This problem and scenario only presents itself if you hit one treble 20 and you switch to the 19s.
58.
Doesn't cause the problem in any other situation. You switch to the 17s, it takes away the possibility of having to move across to the 18s. But yeah, good thinking there from Pilgrim. Recognise the issue.
40.
Well, you're one of the best when it comes to board management and counting. Probably Jetta Klassen's the other one that
100.
can be as comparable as Darryl Pilgrim in this MODUS Super Series format. But regardless of his good board management, he finds himself behind in the leg because Garcia has left 107 to level up.
55. Kevin, you require 107.
Treble 16 leads himself tops.
67.
Does it go? And so
Darryl, you require
Pilgrim.
153.
Well, the only thing he hasn't done today is hit a tub plus out. And he may find the 153. He needed to find the treble 20-second dart. So Garcia back for
Kevin,
tops.
you require 40.
Square this battle up. Double 10.
Game shot on the
One
second leg.
apiece.
Kevin Garcia.
That is just third leg Pilgrim shot today. One more.
Third leg.
He's
It's
through.
Darryl to throw first.
Why he's
Game on.
such a big favourite to win this match. The
99.
in play, Justin Pilgrim was 1-16.
99. 58.
Pilgrim trimming down the opposition, and it may be an impossibility that he could be caught now.
139. $85.
But Pilgrim is feeding Garcia with opportunities here. When he, in the past, been giving his opponents just crumbs.
38. $44.
This isn't the performance I don't think we'd have expected here from Darryl Pilgrim. Mopping his brow a little bit with the towel.
44.
Maybe a little bit of stress of the situation coming into play here. This is his fourth day of action, and all 4 days would have all been working towards tomorrow. Playing here on Saturday night, and he is literally just a leg away from
100.
confirming his place. Alongside Robert Thornton, the back-to-back seniors world champion, sat awaiting in the wings. They sat awaiting in the wings. I've seen him walking around
80.
the streets of Portsmouth the
Darryl, you
last couple
require
of days, getting some
115.
steps in, trying to stay active.
This is qualification point. Double 19.
96.
He's had a chance to go
Kevin, you
through.
require
He might get
101.
more depending on what Garcia does here. Treble 19. would have left double 12. And so Daryl Pilgrim returns. He's going to have
49.
2 darts in his hand
Daryl, you
to
require 19.
seal his place through to tomorrow night's final. Double 8. And the Eagle will fly through to the final. Daryl Pilgrim qualifies for Saturday night.
4th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Put under the collar, but that's a bit of relief.
61.
I think he must be the only guy in Portsmouth feeling the heat today. It's not a very warm day here on the south
140.
coast. Only around about 8 degrees today here on the south coast of England.
Where's these southwesterly winds
83.
coming in from, Matt?
Well, it's coming in at 19 kilometres per hour.
139.
Any chance of rain? What's the percentage of precipitation?
You ask him what the chance of perspiration is. I think that one might be quite high because
96.
Pilgrim's got his towel on stage with him, which is good. It's good preparation. If you know there's a problem within, you don't want to get that sort of wetness on the hands. It will make the grip not as reliable.
135.
Put in a little bit of sweat or a bit of water between fingers and the darts.
57. Daryl, you
He's
require
left 87
87.
after 9, and it's almost as if now he knows he's through. He's almost relaxed a bit more. Double 18. For 12
4th leg,
and the break.
Daryl
And
Pilgrim.
Pilgrim leads 3-1. He's beginning to turn the screw after what was a slow start for the man from
5th
South
leg, it's Daryl
Croydon.
to throw first.
Raise of the eyebrow.
Game on.
Maybe a mop of the eyebrow. Now that he is through. And now he has qualified. He is beginning to throw with a bit more
137.
freedom.
$42. $99.
Both these players have participated in the Bullseye
93.
Challenge, which is available on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. You're going to be participating in that next week, Matt. I bet you're looking forward to that.
You know what? Of everything I've done or achieved within my
133.
career, any stage I've ever played on, I've always wanted to do the Bullseye Challenge. Ever since it was invented about 8 weeks ago.
90. Daryl,
Well,
you
this could
require
be a Bullseye Challenge for
132.
Daryl Pilgrim here. 132 for the match. And so it goes treble 21st. Incidentally, if you do want to laugh at a load of people
60.
making absolute idiots of themselves, you can actually watch the staff Bullseye Challenge on the Super Series YouTube channel.
$85.
Make it easy on themselves.
Daryl,
Thought
you
you'd be
require 72.
the thumbnail for that one. 72 for Pilgrim. This is for the match.
32.
Garcia can't do anything about this. Been completely outplayed here by Pilgrim. Got to be said, it's been a B rate, Daryl Pilgrim as well, but it's
57.
been more than enough.
Daryl, you require 40.
He's already through.
To continue, he's nigh on perfect passage.
Game shot.
Pilgrim
on the match.
wins
Daryl
again.
Pilgrim.
It's 7 from 8 for the man from South Croydon, and he gets the better of Kevin Garcia quite convincingly 4-1. He knows he's through. He knows he's in with that win 4-1. It wasn't his best performance of the group so far, that 84-45, but it was enough. Coming up after the break, Ron Moolenkamp, who now can take full command of second spot. He takes on Steve Brown after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Ron Meulenkamp is in pole position now in the race for P2 in the group. That is after Daryl Pilgrim flew through the Flying Eagle. Mr. P is into the big day, the final tomorrow. He got the better of Kevin Garcia 4, and he only needed a couple of legs to qualify, but he got the win just to cement it in style. And now Meulenkamp, who has made some big moves. He was bottom of the pile going into the day's action today. He's now in second spot in the table, and he is now the player who has got a iron-like grip on that second spot in the league standings. He's got a superior legs difference to Colin Osborne, and if he wins here, then he piles the pressure on Aussie going into his game.
First leg, it's Steve to throw
Caron.
first.
Next up.
Game on. $57.
At one point, it looked like Steve Brown was going to be able to play himself into contention, but he's lost 2 last leg deciders today. He lost his games 4-3. It was that last one when he was 3-1 up against Kevin Garcia that really felt like the one that got away. That Katy Perry?
Yes.
96.
Thought you'd know Katy Perry songs.
Considering that you know Katy Perry songs, I suppose I'll have to consider you as a dark horse now.
140.
I've started him off.
Yeah, these jokes may go hot and cold.
134.
But has Ron
59.
Meulenkamp got the eye of the tiger? Not going to be the champion of this group, but he may roar through to the finals.
43.
You got any more? Genuinely doing it without Google as well. Quite impressive.
And sad at the same time.
81.
If Meulenkamp, the bomb makes it through, we could get some fireworks.
91.
We're going to get a fireworks moment
Ronnie
here, the
require
101.
101.
Well, 76 left after that first
61.
start. He's left himself tops.
Steve, you require
Brown
80.
needing to take out this 80. Otherwise, it could be broken. Went straight for tops. There's the first of them.
60.
Just missed out on the second.
Ron, you require 40.
Meulenkamp back for the break. D10.
Game shot on the first leg.
0-1.
Ron Meulenkamp.
Break for Mr. Meulenkamp.
His doubling today has been absolutely superb, Ron Meulenkamp.
Second leg, it's Ron to
Provided
throw
no
first.
opportunities to his opponents when he
Game
gets
on.
to that point. Functionality of the finishing. Perfection.
$140.
It's been them, hasn't it? It's been the 2 triple turns for Meulenkamp today. They've been prolific in the 180 stakes. As a matter of fact, he's only had 1 to his
25.
name so far today. But the amount of 2 triple visits he has had has meant that he has always found himself a score in front in legs. And as you say, the double functionality has made his opponent have had next to no chances whatsoever.
140.
He's only conceded 2 legs so far.
100.
Well, the bomb and the bomber, we expected something to be quite explosive, and it is Ron the Bomb who is looking to detonate Steve Brown.
$96. $98. Ron, you require 125.
Didn't need to start on the ball there.
60.
A lot of players just like to stay within those patterns of play. That is your traditional route.
21. Ron, you require 65.
He'll be on the 25 again. Oh, I like this. I do prefer this route. A lot riskier with that.
Game shot on a second leg. Ron Meulenkamp.
Scoreboard allowing him the time, the luxury of time. He's completely outscored Steve Brown, who was back on 257 in that leg.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw
21
first.
the points difference between
Game
the
on.
pair and the averages, and it does have that sort of vibe about it at the moment as well.
Yeah, this has got feeling of onslaught
40.
written all over it.
Steve Brown almost throwing those with a little bit of acceptance of his fate here. But this is the Ron Meulenkamp we said has been missing in
100.
2023. The Ron Meulenkamp we said, where has he gone? He's turned up today. 88.41, followed that with a 95.45. He's mid-90s again here. That sort of mid-90s average is top 32 in the world standard.
140.
Continues to pepper in 2 treble visits.
60.
Is it a lazy comment for me to say that because Steve doesn't play as much because of other commitments that sometimes you'll see an up and down in levels? Is that a lazy comment or is that a fair assumption to make?
139.
True statement. It is very much the case. You're coming in and out of the sport,
99.
dipping in and out of being
Ron,
a
you
player,
require
which
122.
ultimately is going to give you a result that is very in and out, very inconsistent. An inconsistent input, get an inconsistent
98.
output. It's very, very simple.
Meulenkamp here has left double 12 after 12.
60.
His average moves in
Ron,
excess
you
of a
require
ton.
24.
The bomb is the boss. That kicks up nicely for him. He just grazed it off the barrel and
12.
in. Well, he did clatter it off
Steve,
the
you
barrel, but
require
he just nudged the other
150.
side. $150 isn't going to go. And so, the first time we've seen a
41.
unfunctionality from Ron on the
Ron, you
finishing.
require 12.
Not one that's going to punish him. Well, it's the next door neighbour to double 10, which Ron loves so much.
Game shot on
And
a
that
third
is to
leg.
why
Ron Meulenkamp.
Break a throw, 3-0 lead, and Meulenkamp is a leg away. And not just is it a victory, but potentially a seismic
Fourth
one.
leg, it's
If he
Ron to
wins
throw
this
first.
4-0, he'll
Game on.
find himself 8 legs in front of Colin Osborne and the legs difference, and 2 points in front. And now Meulenkamp is motoring,
108.
firing, hitting maxis now.
You're just telling Ron Meulenkamp as well, the whole
91.
demeanour different today. Standing a lot more tall, a lot more proud. No tinkering of equipment.
140.
Getting on with a task. Really rose the levels today. But again, these just look like acceptance darts for Steve Brown. Not as much care and attention, but he's getting better results. And sometimes, when it's not going well, you just think, just throw them. Stop trying so hard. Just throw the darts. Go back to
105.
basics.
There's one word to describe Meulenkamp today: controlled.
55. Ron, you require 76.
Could be another win. Should be another win from this point. But that is a rare slip, and we spoke about how controlled he is being, but that's a rare off dart. Not that it's going to be seismically significant, because he covers well with a second to leave double 16 for the match,
Game
and a
shot
4-0
and the
win and a
match.
12-dart
Ron
leg.
Meulenkamp.
And Ron Meulenkamp has motored up the league table. He is now in full control of second place. A 4-0 win against Steve Brown with a 98.5 average. Business-like for Meulenkamp as he walks straight down the stage and back to the practice room. He knows the job that's in hand, and he is doing as good a job as he possibly can. A 4-0 win against Steve Brown. A 98.5 average, 4 from 9 on the doubles. That is a performance that is at the elite end. coming up after the break, it is down to Colin Osborne to respond to that result from Ron Moulenkamp. Quite simply put, you sense he has to beat the Belgian, Jeroen Caron. That's coming up following this short intermission. Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ron Moulenkamp continued his surge up the league table, getting the better of Steve Brown by 4-0, averaging 98.5 in the process. Next up for us, we see Colin Osborne in action, the Wizard up against the Belgian Jeroen Caron, and Osborne going into this game third in the league table, 8 points to his name. Needs to win, and because of the legs difference gap on Ron Moulenkamp, you sense he's going to have to win by a scoreline too.
Ron Moulenkamp is really making a move today. He's doing the hard work.
First leg, it's Jeroen to throw first.
And Jeroen Caron do the
Game
hard
on.
work for long enough here against Colin Osborne. We've seen him hit the ground running the last 2 games, but he's not been able to sustain that level of performance throughout the match. Osborne
81.
is a ticking. He does still have that game with Ron Moulenkamp still to come. So leg difference shouldn't really be a concern yet for Osborne, because he can still take him on points. The priority for Osborne is just win. As long as he keeps winning his games, can't be stopped. In his own hands.
180.
Although visits like that, Jeroen Caron will make things very difficult for the Wizard.
61. 78. 100. $125. 123.
The opening leg, 37 is what he wants. Double 11 off the back of the treble 5. Just squeezes in, as you can see there. Caron with a 15 darter, leads Osborne by a leg to nil. Colin Osborne, who's got a very good track record in terms of qualifying through to Saturday night.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
Been through to a couple of Champions weeks, but in terms of actually not
100.
qualifying through to a Saturday night in a qualifying week, only twice has he failed to actually make it through to a finals night. If you discredit the Champions Week he played in Series 2. In Series 4, of course, he was the runner-up overall to Luke Littler, but his record of making it through to the big night is pretty much immaculate, although he did, on his previous appearance here, miss out on making it through. That was a week which is won by Conan Whitehead. It was Series 5, Week 4. Whitehead beat Richard North in that particular final.
96. $100.
Osborne leaving a finish after 9, responding well.
58. Colin, you require 121.
And he has got time. Well, with 61 left, decided to go treble 7 to leave tops with Caron back on 247. He'll do anything in his power to leave tops on Osborne, and he's done exactly that after 12 darts in this leg. Little bit Fontaine-esque.
100. Colin, you require 40.
Closer, but as you can see, just needed to move across.
20.
And it's led to him dropping low.
47.
Osborne back for more opportunities, a double 10, and
57.
He has had to
Colin, you require 20.
be given chances to go on and win legs today. He missed 15 darts at a double in the game that he won against Steve Brown in match 1. He's being presented with opportunities, but he has
15.
been unable to take them here. And Caron has got the opportunity to break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead, much to the frustration of Osborne.
Oh, he's got 2 darts as well in order to do so. And he has taken it.
Leg. Jeroen Caron.
Colin Osborne will be feeling sick at the back of the stage. He knows what his problem has been today. It has been very, very evident.
Third leg,
the
it's
problem
Jeroen
has been
to throw first.
those missed darts at double. He has had so far 29 darts at a double, for which he has hit 4.
140.
Don't need me to tell you that that is not going to get you many prizes here at the Super Series.
In terms of a percentage,
45.
for those of you that like your numbers as a percent, Colin Osborne's finishing is at 13.79%.
180.
And the issue for Osborne is Caron on the throw has gone ton 40 max to kick off leg 3. And he could find himself
100.
in the distance in no time at all, could the Belgian. And somewhere in the practice lounge, Ron Moulenkamp is probably putting his feet up somewhere, watching this on a monitor, and probably enjoying every single second of this.
54.
Jeroen Caron has hit the ground running in all of his games so far today, but never been able to sustain that level of performance. It looks like this could be the one that is able to sustain. Doing so at the worst possible time for supporters of Colin Osborne.
42.
Maybe the difference in this game is the fact that Caron is not being hit against the type of numbers that Pilgrim and Moulenkamp were in their games against him.
$41. Jeroen, you require
that deflection
85.
there for Colin Osborne moves him to a non-finish. The frustration really starting to build, and when you're feeling that frustration, those deflections just feel like everything is going against you.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Jeroen Caron.
It's all going against him right now. It's all three legs in the favour of Jeroen Caron. Osborne needs to be perfect from
Fourth
this
leg.
point.
It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
It feels like it is now dangling by the thinnest threads for Osborne. What can he see of that? Can he just
45.
jar something in the middle? And he's having a little bit of a chat to himself. You could tell he is really frustrated out there.
100.
And how does the psyche change? Because Osborne was the one in control of that second place position. He'd seen everybody claw back at him. But then when you're in a position of comfort in the table, then you find yourself behind.
140.
How difficult is it to then change the mindset to being the chaser as opposed to being the one chased down?
Oh, it's very tricky. And I don't even think we're talking about the league
60.
table here. I think Colin Osborne needs to now try and snap out of this cauldron that is boiled up for himself here, where everything's going to be getting to him now. He's got to that point of the day. Had it in his hands, and he's see it just slipping away due to those missed opportunities.
$40.
Although this leg could present Osborne with an opportunity. Good fun with the
97.
last dart. He's himself first to a finish. Caron needs to find a two treble turn to leave himself on something. Well, not with that treble anyway.
40.
So
Colin, you
Osborne's got
require
6.
137.
Claw one back to give an opportunity to pull it back from the depths.
97. Jeroen's
Just
last score was 40.
Confirming all the scores. Sometimes there is just a bit of a lag in the sitter. We do run off a computer system, so sometimes we just need to double check everything. Osborne leaving tops.
131.
Bring the game back to 3-1.
Colin, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth
Finds
flag.
it last
Colin
dart in
Osborne.
hand.
That will give him no additional confidence either when you're doing that. When you get with the last start in hand,
Fifth
you
flag,
almost
it's
feel like,
Jeroen to throw
you,
first.
rather than get
Game
it.
on.
Makes such a difference depending which one of the three you hit it with. Now comes one of the big tasks
57.
for Colin Osborne. He's going to need to break the throw twice, serves Jeroen Caron.
$100. $81.
A little unsettled here, Colin Osborne. Won't be rushed. Do things within his own time. That experienced head of Colin
85.
Osborne. 48 years old now. Sure, he won't be happy to be in conversation soon.
57.
Maybe that seniors tour in a couple of years' time be somewhere we see Colin Osborne really thrive.
Well, you get the sense of the seniors tour. Do your damage now, because the
95.
players that are going to be coming in one way or another is going to make the depth of that tour a tough one to crack.
57.
There's going to be a point in 2 years, 3 years' time where winning one of those seniors tour events is going to be a significant, it's a big achievement now, but even more significant when you think about the names that are going to be either dropping off the PDC
100.
tour or players are going to be eligible because they are the age of 50. The difficulty of those events are only going to get harder and harder as time moves along.
57. Colin, you require 121.
Osborne wants 1-2-1. To bring it back to 3-2 from 3-0 down. 17 was a potential option, but with Caron not on a finish, he decided to downstairs.
65.
Well, this makes things interesting.
80.
Just
Colin, you require
a
56.
tap on the shoulder. Now, this 56 has to go. Otherwise, this could be
Getting
game
shot on the
over.
fifth
But
flag,
it's still
Colin
game
Osborne.
on. Osborne gets the break. The match returns to throw. It's 3-2.
Sixth flag, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Colin Osborne would have been watching the games backstage. He would have been very aware of the fact that Caron has sort of weakened as the games have gone on, and that would have been his hope. That would have been his saviour thought at 3-0 down, thinking, I've seen this guy
40.
all day not be able to sustain these levels.
$80. 42.
Done the hard work here, Colin Osborne. He's got the breaker throw. This was the one where he'd have been favourite to win the leg.
60.
They're frustrating as players as well. When you throw 3 darts that's so tightly grouped and compact together, but you end up with just the 60 points.
100.
You look at both of them on stage. Yes, they're still putting in good numbers, but they look like players who are now just beginning to suffer with
60.
the length of the week.
$36.
Is there a bit of a wall being hit now by the pair?
81.
Good last start there from Jeroen.
I don't think so much a wall. I think more to do with the case of the severity of the situation here, the nerves of the situation.
140.
Osborne wins. He keeps it in his own hands. Big battle with Muhlenkamp coming up a bit later on.
45. Colin,
Need
you
to
require
keep in the battle.
143.
It doesn't matter about legs. It matters about wins for Osborne.
95.
Left himself 48 upon his return. Remember, Osborne was 3-0 down in this match. Caron was in full charge. He got onto another quick start. But again, the story of the day
95.
is he started well, but then
Colin, you
drifted
require
as the match has
48.
gone along. And so Osborne has the opportunity to peg it back to 3-3. That was too close for comfort. Too close to busting.
But then finds a way to get comfortable again. This is the experience. It knows it wasn't a very good dart, so he just resets himself.
32.
Able to find
Jeroen, you require
the required
80.
target. And that could be a big dent into Colin Osborne's chances of getting through this group.
Could be curtains for Colin if Caron can find tops.
40.
Above the wire,
Colin, you
the
require
wizard
16.
is reprieved. Tooth and 12 on the doubles is Osborne.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Colin
But he
Osborne.
takes us all the way. From 3-0
Seventh
down,
and final leg.
he
It's
is
Jeroen
taking
to
it
throw
all the
first.
way to a last leg
Game
decider. Big, big leg this for Colin Osborne. Wins it, he moves on to 10 points, level on points of Moolenkamp. He's still going to
100.
try and bridge that massive gap in terms of the legs difference. And if there's some kind of
97.
crumb of comfort for Colin, is the fact that Ron Moolenkamp's last two fixtures, he plays Moolenkamp next. And then the last fixture of Ron Moolenkamp's day is against Darryl
100.
Pilgrim. There's not exactly going to be straightforward for Ron the Bomb. And to a certain extent, if he wins this leg, Osborne still has it in his own hands. But he has to win this leg.
140.
Was making a good inroads to doing that. Digging really deep here, Colin Osborne. Not all about those pretty wins and those
100.
mid-90s and low tons. It's about digging in. But Jeroen Caron doing his job. Hitting a treble a throw.
94.
Both players in absolute textbook darts here.
45.
There's the first slip.
Colin, you require
The
170.
first opportunity here for Colin Osborne, where he's going to become favourite for the match for the first time.
Needs to find a big trouble here last start.
$54.
Has not cleaned
Jeroen,
it
you
up to the
require
type of tune that he would have liked to.
156.
Caron has a match-winning chance. It'd be by far the biggest finish today. Not just by numbers, but in terms of significance. Double 18.
120.
Grazes the wire. Osborne's
Colin, you
heart was
require
probably in its mouth.
116.
Mighty fine effort there, and it would have been. It would be one of those situations where you feel, here we go again. Expect to hear Jack Garwood calling it in, but Colin Osborne has now just handed
100.
3 match
Jeroen, you
starts to his
require
opponent.
36.
Caron leads double 18 for the match. A victory, which would put him on to 6 points.
Game shot.
And leave
And the
Colin
match,
Osborne
Jeroen
behind the
Caron.
8 ball because he stays on 8 points in the group. Jeroen Caron with a 4-3 victory against Colin Osborne, which means it is advantage Ron Moolenkamp in the race. The second place in the group. A 4-3 victory of an 84.5 average, 4 out of 9 when it came to the finishing. Excuse me, Colin Osborne. An 82.9 average. He'd surged his way back from 3-0 down, but it ended up being in vain in the end. Again, the tale of his day. Missed doubles, 3 from 14, all told there. So, coming up after the break is the beginning of the victory lap for Darryl Pilgrim. He's in action against Steve Brown after this short break.
Welcome back. Well, in Group C, one thing is decided. Daryl Pilgrim already through. Matthew Edgar has been in commentary with Henry Deacon. We'll take a look at the results, Matt. Pilgrim obviously winning all 3 of his fixtures, getting through. But what's really significant to you from those first 9 matches?
Literally the one we've just seen. That is the one. Ron Muhlenkamp doing his job, getting a big win. But Colin Osborne still had it in his own hands in terms of the legs wouldn't have mattered because that fixture is still to come up. Ron Muhlenkamp versus Colin Osborne. That was looking like it was going to be a bit of a shootout, but that slipped there for Colin Osborne. He turned it around from 3-0 down, but couldn't get over the line in the end. That's the most significant result so far.
Yeah, and certainly some significant fixtures coming up as well. But first, let's have a little chat about Daryl Pilgrim. Slow start to the week. He said it in his own words as well after only winning 1 match on Tuesday. But the Eagle has been flying since then, hasn't he?
Absolutely. This group is absolutely dominated. He looked head and shoulders above the rest in terms of what we've seen from him before in this sphere and in any arena sort of around the world at the moment. Daryl Pilgrim is a very respected and feared player. Started slow, but he's got better and better. Yesterday, 95 average for the day. Today came in 99, 98. He's just really stamping his authority and proving to be that table topper. Bookie's favourite, 4-7 at the start of the day. I said it was a bit of a steal, and it's looking like a very good thing right now.
Yeah, if you were on that, well done. Matthew Edgar said it was pretty big, that, for Daryl Pilgrim. If you are gambling on the darts today, please do so responsibly. It's begambleaware.org, 18+, as always. But now attention turns to who will join Daryl Pilgrim from this group at finals night. If we dissect the league table, Ron Muhlenkamp and Colin Osborne, it's effectively a race between those two, so hence why you said that last result could be so significant.
And from this point, it'd be very easy and very lazy to say, oh, Ron Muhlenkamp's going to win. It's like when you watch a horse race, whichever one goes in front, you go, oh, that's going to win. And then another one goes in front, you go, oh, that's going to win. But I'm going to go with Ron Muhlenkamp to take that second place, not because he's currently in that place with 2 laps of fixtures to go, but how good he has looked today. He is walking with purpose. He's standing tall. The shoulders are back. The chest's out. He's very good on the doubles today. And everything's just looking like the Ron Muhlenkamp, not of 2023, not the Ron Muhlenkamp that lost his card, but the Ron Muhlenkamp that was regularly qualifying for the Alexandra Palace for the World Championship, which put him in the top 32 of those Pro Tour Order of Merits on a regular basis.
That might be his reason, or it might be the fact that at the start of the show he said Colin Osborne, so whatever happens now, you're going to be right, aren't you? But in seriousness, those fixtures for Muhlenkamp, it could go wrong, couldn't it? He's got Pilgrim to play, and he's got a head-to-head with Osborne.
The Osborne game is critical. If he loses that game, I won't want to be playing Daryl Pilgrim in a match that's going to potentially qualify me through. Colin Osborne will be aware of that. So, although Colin Osborne's handed the initiative to Ron Muhlenkamp, he hasn't handed the qualification place yet. This is going to be a really good, intriguing run to the line now. And like we said, there's going to be a lot of drama, and it's going to unfold over the next sort of hour or so, and then we'll really know where this is going to go.
Yep, keep your eyes on the action, see who will join Robert Thornton and the already qualified Daryl Pilgrim from this group, and he's about to begin his victory lap. Henry Deacon is standing by in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And Mr. P is going to be back in the big night. He went back to bookmakers' favourite for the week at the beginning of the day at 7-2, having been favourite at the outset of the week at 5-2. He then drifted out following a Group A campaign which very much was against the grain as far as he is concerned. He actually went out as far as 5-1 yesterday. He's come right in, he's coming by half a point in terms of the odds. He takes on Steve Brown, who is going to try and get the most out of the next couple of games. And well, if you look at the bookmakers' odds in terms of this game, well, Pilgrim is the 1-6 favourite. Steve Brown, the 4-1 outsider. Jack Garwood there, your referee for the rest of the day's action.
This is why, as well, I believe you've got that big favouritism. Steve Brown started to spray darts in the opening of this game, and he was doing that at the back end of the last one, spraying darts left and right and losing the line on the 20s.
60.
Mr. P, no problems. Rock solid all the time. But that's rock solid from Brown.
80.
This game will be played at a good pace.
96.
Everything about the Pilgrim throw, it's all about rhythm, isn't it? When you look at the mechanics of the throw, everything's got to kind of be repetitive, hasn't it? The same
58.
every single time he releases the dart. Brings it up, pulls it back, fires away. And when the first dart hits like that, there's only one outcome.
180.
What Chris Mason would like to call an FDM.
42.97.
Left himself 68 after 12 to threaten the Steve Brown throw.
131. Daryl, you require 68.
Double 16. 2 8s.
Game shot on
A
the first
breaker throw
leg.
to start for
Daryl
Daryl Pilgrim in the space of 15. The path for the course.
Second leg,
And
it's
then a
Daryl to throw
loosener as he
first.
prepares to throw first
Game
in leg
on.
2. And it actually worked his way back into the leg.
60.
But Pilgrim's persistence over the course of leg 1 proved too much.
60.
How do you rate Daryl's chances of
97.
getting a tour card at Q School?
He's going to be certainly on that shortlist for a lot of players and a lot of
83.
pundits when they put out their 10 to watch at Q School. I'm sure feature on most of them, to be fair, and it's quite hard to argue with on what we're seeing in 2023 and what we're seeing here this week.
135.
In fact, I'm going to give you a bit of a
95.
spoiler. Going to be on my 10.
There we go. I tell you, I was speaking to you during the advert break a couple
57.
of games ago, and I really like the look of Scott Taylor potentially getting a card. He plays at a level that,
47.
even if he doesn't do it out on a day,
Daryl,
I
you
think
require
he'll be
152.
deep enough in enough days to possibly get it on points. Only 13 spots, though, for UKQ School, which means there's going to be a
101.
lot of big names that are going to be missing out on cards.
60. Daryl, you require 51.
So 51 for Pilgrim to double his lead to 2. 2 16s.
Game shot on the
2-0
second
Pilgrim.
leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
No mistake. 2 from 3 on the doubles in this game. 4 from 10 against Kevin Garcia.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw
4 from
first.
7 against Shadoon
Game
Caron.
on.
And then that perfect doubling performance against Colin Osborne. That was the problem, wasn't it, for Pilgrim early on in the week? But it's fair to say
57.
at this juncture, he's most certainly rectified it.
$59.
Just been listening to Phil Bars in my ear. And he fancies the chances of Jules Van Dongen regaining his card. He had a very strong
60.
into 2023.
A very strong middle 2023. Held off towards the back end. But
100.
yeah, you'd expect a bit of name value on there as well, which obviously goes well at Q School. I think that's what the thing Daryl Pilgrim's going
45.
to have this year that he hasn't had it in previous years. A little bit of name value that just sometimes gets you an extra visit here or there.
Do you think this year there might actually be more pressure of players
137.
who have not lost their card as opposed to those who have had their card? In fact, there might be a lot of people being talked up who weren't on the tour last year as opposed to those who dropped off.
55.
It shouldn't really affect the players in terms of who we're talking about, because essentially we're not talking about the players for the benefit of the players. We're talking about the players for the benefit of the fans,
41.
for the benefit of the viewer. That being said, it doesn't mean that players aren't
139.
listening, the players aren't
Daryl,
watching,
you require
and the
164.
players aren't standing to attention.
Pilgrim's been putting in
64.
performances in this Group C
Steve,
to
you require
stand the rest up to
145.
attention. And I'm going to take out the 145. Now, we haven't seen a finish of a ton or more so
105.
far today.
Daryl, you require 100.
Could Daryl Pilgrim find one on the nose? Tops. There's the first.
80.
Just underneath
you
for the
require
second.
40.
So Brown is back for 2-1. This is his first darter double in this match.
Game shot on the
And he
third
takes
leg,
advantage of
Steve
the
Brown.
opportunity to pull one back.
4
Pilgrim
flag,
with a
it's
throw in
Daryl
leg
to throw
4 though
first.
to re-establish that
Game
2-leg
on.
cushion. We'll see Brown, the chairman of the ADC, and for those who
93.
aren't quite successful enough to win their tour cards in 2024, the ADC Championship Tour program is
85.
going to be an avenue that a lot of players, particularly United Kingdom base, will be playing in. 16 events over the course of the year, half of them based in Middlesbrough, half of them are based in
140.
Aylesbury. It was a place where, perhaps not a surprise, Luke Littler had a
115.
fair bit of success in. Winners last year, Lewis Gurney, James Richardson, Matt Clark, David Evans, James Richardson, Adam Mould, Chris Wickenden, Reece Griffin,
39.
Scott Taylor, a guy called Luke Littler, don't know if you've heard of him before, Connor Hopkins, Michael Huntley, and Tom Lonsdale.
83. 140.
140 for Pilgrim, leads the 189 after 12. Average ticks above 91.5 now.
$31.
Well, he took his time
Daryl,
over
you
the
require
last
89.
dart and did productively, especially the 18s would have given him a better chance at leaving the finish rather than chasing down the treble 20. That allows Daryl Pilgrim the opportunity to make a mess of that shot and just treat it as a
53.
pure setup shot.
So it gives him a chance to set up his favourite double.
82. Daryl, you require 36.
Pilgrim and 18s doesn't quite have the same ring to Rady's Den double 10, but it's been just as effective. But he moves inside,
Shot on the
and
fourth
the
leg,
move across
Daryl
to double
Pilgrim.
9 was not the tricky little switch.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Proving too hot to handle.
58. 127.
He was a player who'd made an impact, didn't he, when he was here at the Super Series? Tom Lonsdale.
40.
He certainly enjoyed his experience up there. Want to see, isn't it? Players come and just be themselves and be expressive, enjoy it.
96.
So there'll be some expressions up there next week.
85.
Gary Stone, Andy Hamilton, Dale Fitton, Martin Adams, Neil Duff, Matt Clark, M. Edgar.
100. 95. 100.
Another polished performance here from Daryl Pilgrim. Going to be a danger. He's probably going to be installed as the favourite, you feel, for Saturday night.
171. Daryl, you
That's there from
require
Brown, but
78.
Might be just a bit too late. Say might. The treble, the double for Pilgrim.
19.
Well, he's
Steve, you require
left himself
52.
top. Steve Brown has
12.
Pilgrim missing the big
Darryl, you
number.
require 59.
For the match. He may have had the slip in the last visit,
19.
but he cannot find the hit there, and Steve
Steve, you
Brown is still
require
alive.
40.
You could literally see the wire bend. He was that close. But he gets another
20.
go. The misery
Darryl, you require
continues
40.
for Brown.
In a
Big shot,
class
and the match,
of his
Darryl
own,
Pilgrim.
Pilgrim a 4-1 victor. And even when the performances have just drifted off slightly, he has just had too much for the opposition. Steve Brown, his latest victim, by the margin of 4-1. 86.69 the average, and he's so relaxed he'll just sip the water as he walks off stage. He thinks this Modus Live Lounge is his manner, and the way that he's played here at times, who are we to disagree? So that is the tail of the tape. 4 for 9 on the doubles, an 86.5 average, a 4-1 victory for Darryl Pilgrim there against the Bomber. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Kevin Garcia in action. He's going to be taking on Jeroen Caron, and that's going to be coming up after this short break. Welcome back. This is the Modus Super Series on the Super Series YouTube channel. That's Kevin Garcia. He's in action in our next match against Jeroen Caron. Two players, ADC qualifiers. Caron through the European qualifying school. Kevin Garcia for the ADC in the UK. And before the break, the chair of the ADC, Steve Brown, was in action. He was beaten by Darryl Pilgrim, who really is racing away with this group. He's played 9 matches. He's won 8 of them. The only man to beat him was Jeroen Caron at the end of yesterday's session. He's shown spells today, has Jeroen. He's got out the gate well in each of his 3 matches so far, but if there's been one question mark about him, has been staying power in matches. He's got out the gate well, but then regressed as we've headed towards the finishing line. But he got the better of Colin Osborne in the last leg decider. Osborne brought it back to 3-3 from 3-0 down.
First
the
leg,
Belgium
it's
held his
Kevin to
nerve in the
throw
last
first.
leg decider. And what
Game
says
on.
you on this one, Matthew?
I think for overall consistency, Jeroen Caron would be your favourite.
57.
And as well with the fact that this looks like changes.
Yeah, new setup, new barrel for Garcia. And the one that he was
93.
using earlier on in the day. It's been a difficult day. There it is, the change of equipment there.
58.
More of a grooved barrel. Doesn't look dissimilar, actually, from the one that Steve Brown's using.
96.
Feels like the story of his week is going to be based upon that game against Dale Pilgrim yesterday, where he got off to a good start, lost that game yesterday, seat
59.
away from him, and today hasn't been able to live up to the mesmeric heights that we saw from him at the beginning to middle part of day one.
100. 60. 47.
I think that was a bit of a miscount there from Caron.
40.
To use the 25, making a conscious decision there, but ended up putting himself on a bogey number.
$125.
Same, threatening the break in the first leg. Garcia, and they get out the traps as of yet, but that is far more pleasing news for the Merseysider. Tots are on to take the opening leg and to obtain the break.
Game shot on the
1-0,
first leg.
and when
Jeroen
that's been
Caron.
going, he has been flowing. Caron leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Interesting, when you look at that table there that the players practice table, there we see a lot of players bring cases on with loads of different darts in there. Caron literally just brings one more set
140.
replica of those darts on the stage.
Yeah, nice and simple. Just go grab the darts. It's very
59.
easy if you're a new nervous player to be stumbling around trying to put the flight in or the stem in. Much easier to pick up one of the barrels and off we go.
100.
There we are, just one plain set alongside him. Garcia is going alone. If anything goes wrong, he can't go back and repair.
134.
We'll see Conan White in action a little bit later on tonight. And he'll just have a solitary glued together stem and flight on the table.
91. 81. Jeroen, you require 170.
Are we going to go fishing? Still not seeing a ton topper today. Are we going to see the whopper? That was a whopper of a dart.
80. 131.
The pressure now,
Jeroen,
though.
you require 90.
The bullseye for 2-0. Has to shuffle across.
Game shot on the
And then
second leg.
find it.
Jeroen Caron.
Nudges off the barrel of the first and in, and it's 2-0 to the Belgian.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Garcia with it all to do here.
139. $60. 100. 60. 84.
There is still faint hopes of qualification here.
$60.
Hopes, but hopes. Need results not just to go your own way, but results of other players as well.
83.
That game coming up next, Ron Muhlenkamp, Colin Osborne. The makings of being one of those Super Series games where you go into it with all the different possibilities. It comes out with the one you least expect.
180. Kev, you require 95. 55. You're in, you require 141.
So 141 for Giroud for the double break and 3-0. Garcia sat fair on tops. And Garcia is going to get his go at tops.
$53.
It's going to be
Kevin, you require
the
40.
Merseysiders' first opportunity at a double in this match. And now has to move to double 10, which he finds. He's still in the contest. 2-1 it is.
Fourth leg,
Caron
you're
with
in
the
to
throw.
throw
He is
first.
still in the
Game on.
ascendancy.
$140.
Time 40 to start.
$95. 140.
Is continuing as the game goes along. We're now into leg 4. The average just under 98.
49.
What a leg this is turning out to be. Ton 40, ton 40.
100.
The ton.
Easy for you to say.
Scatman Hen.
42. Jeroen, you require 121.
Starts on the ball to eliminate the possibility you have to finish on it, and this is
Getting shot
another
on the
great
fourth
finish
leg,
from Jeroen Caron,
Caron.
who is now 3 from 3 on the outer ring in this game. Average just shy of 100. Caron
Fifth
is
leg, it's
bringing
Kevin to throw
up
first.
the levels, and he's
Game
keeping
on.
himself in with a chance of qualifying still through this group.
Well, it's taken us to game 11 of the day, but we've had our first ton plus outshot of the day.
96.
With that 1-2-1 from Jeroen Caron.
$123.
Well, in an ideal world, Caron would have been hoping that he was shopping higher up in the group. He's still got opportunities,
78.
but of course, Muhlenkamp can cast the door shut if he can get the better of Colin Osborne in the next match.
60.
Big game incoming, and we'll be broadcasting that to you. Well, the culmination of this particular battle,
59.
which could be in a leg's time, it could be a little bit further down the road.
96. $140.
Getting a whiff of an opportunity here, Kevin Garcia. Caron looking to crowbar that door shut.
135. Kevin, you require 128.
They've had a 1-2-1 in the last leg. Garcia fired a 1-2-8 to save the match. The triple 20 would have left him a dart at the bullseye.
63.
And so Caron for the match
You require 87.
keep him within the mix.
Yeah, to miss a dart or a double in this match, but he's got to get there first. Find treble, of which he does.
Game
And
shot.
completes
And
the
match.
game in
Jeroen
perfection
Caron.
style there. Jeroen Caron keeps himself in the running for qualification through this group. It's a very thin opportunity, but he is happy with an average of 99.33, 100% on the outer ring. But we move our attention swiftly to that main event style clash coming up next from Meulenkamp and Colin Osborne.
And so it all comes down to this potentially at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Ron Meulenkamp now has a date with his fate. If he beats Colin Osborne here, it is all over. The man who started the day bottom of the pile would have risen his way up into the qualification spots and through to tomorrow night's final. Colin Osborne, who began the day in second spot, looked like he was going to have a stranglehold of that particular position, finds himself in that must-win territory. Meulenkamp with it all in his hands. He hasn't qualified for a Saturday night before here at the Super Series. This to be one step beyond his last Group C campaign where he narrowly missed out. As for Osborne, the man who's made it all the way to the jackpot match, missed out against Luke Littler for the big
First leg,
20k
it's Ron to
jackpot
throw
back in
first.
Series 4.
Game on.
He has his eyes set firmly on going one better at some stage, but Series 6 could be one stage too far. Camp with the throw.
60.
How key could that be?
Could be massive in the context of this game and the direction of it, but
43.
Colin Osborne, he will know in the back of his mind his doubles haven't been where they need to be, and when you're playing a day like this and you get to your fourth match and it still hasn't quite worked out for you, you go up there with concern.
45.
You go up there almost where the point of trying to force the scoring stage of the match just to give yourself a bit of an extra opportunity come the back end.
Well, the Oscar Pilots had Von Meulenkamp on as the 1-2 favourite. Colin Osborne, the outsider, at 6-4 to win this match.
$47.
Ton 40 for Osborne. Just gives him the advantage now against the darts.
$125.
When you look at the numbers today, it points in one direction, and it points in the direction of Meulenkamp. 88-41 against Kev Garcia, 4 from 5 on the doubles. 95-45 against Caron, 4 from 11 on the doubles. And 98-56 against Steve Brown, 4 for 9 on the finishing. And as we've been mentioning all day, the functionality of his double hitting
60.
has been nigh on perfect. He hasn't been giving opponents opportunities back at the board. But Osborne may take the opportunity of the 164, the bullseye for the first haymaker blow.
120. Ron, you require 164.
There's a little side argument there as well for Osborne, just to have laid that up and play the psychological warfare
81.
where you say, I don't
Colin,
think
you
you're going to
require
hit this, pal.
44.
Tops. Double 10. Tops hasn't been too kind to him today, but double 10 has given him some joy.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
does
first
so
leg.
again
Colin
there.
Osborne.
A break for Osborne. He leads 1-0. And it should also be mentioned at this particular point in time that, yes,
Second
this must
leg,
win
it's
for Colin
to throw
Osborne.
First. Game
But
on.
if you look at the legs difference, there's a big gap.
85.
Meulenkamp +3, Osborne -4 with the scoreline at 1-0. The legs one is pretty much in the same similar direction, but Osborne will need to win his last game against Kevin Garcia if he wins
95.
this one against Von Meulenkamp. Big if he doesn't win this one by a margin.
Well, the other thing you've got to remember is the last lap of fixtures on what we've seen so far is much
50.
more favourable in the favour of Colin Osborne. Colin Osborne will take on Kevin Garcia and he will know what he needs to do if there's anything he can do come that game. And Ron Meulenkamp will have the task of going against the darts
43.
against the man top of the table, Daryl Pilgrim.
And let's remember as well that there would be another player in play because Jeroen Caroon can still get to 10 points. So an Osborne victory
125.
would mean that he can still mathematically get to the 10-point mark. He's got Steve Brown in the last game. If he wins that big and Pilgrim and Garcia pick up wins, there's still an opportunity that the Belgian can make his
100.
way through.
And if, like me, sat here now thinking, wow, how on earth do you remember all that? What an absolute carnage way to end the group.
100.
Don't worry, we will keep you up to date. Everything as it plays.
Has one bombed at the worst time
99.
because his average is way
you
below
require
anything
61.
else that we've seen from him today. Osborne averaging 94. Double 18 for a 2-0 lead. He has a glance over at the scoreboard,
43.
saw that Meulenkamp was on a
Ron, you
finish and
require
went for the double 9.
164.
Smiling from Colin Osborne in this
40.
game.
Colin, you require 18.
He's enjoying the battle.
Game shot on the second leg. Colin Osborne.
And enjoy the scoreline. 2-0 to the Wizard.
Third leg. It's
Osborne
Ron to
wins
throw
this
first.
4-0.
Game on.
Colin Osborne would move on to 10 points and -1. Ron Moulenkamp would move on to 10 points, 0 legs difference. In terms of legs 1,
59.
Moulenkamp would be on 24. Osborne would be on 26. But that would be a dream result for Jeroen Caron because he's on 8 points, -1. If he wins that one
100.
by a heavy scoreline, he wins it 4-0, he'll be on +3. But he has a legs difference, a legs 1 of 29. Only Daryl Pilgrim's won more legs than Jeroen.
108.
But Moulenkamp comes motoring back.
$86.
And at this point, Ron would just love a drama-free leg just to get him in the match.
92.
Leaves himself on the fish.
I don't think there's anything such as a drama-free leg when you're in this scenario. Everything feels like effort. Everything feels like drama.
81.
There will be panic
Ron, you
all the
require
time.
170.
In this scenario, Moulenkamp will just be hoping to get it done. He could get it done on the ball.
145.
Fine effort there for Ron Moulenkamp. Ball back on 2, 3, 4, and he's smiling. He's just smiling away, grinning off the pressure.
134. Ron, you require 25.
Maybe smiling through the pain. This would be painful if Moulenkamp can take the 8-8. 2 4s.
17.
Chance.
Colin, you require
and this
100.
would be for the double break, and Osborne would throw for a 4-0 win. Tops, or does he like the lie? Tops.
80.
Drag below, and so Moulenkamp comes
Ron,
back.
you require 8.
That first start was pitched up perfectly for Ron, just to nudge it in with the second. It stood up to attention. It made the bed bigger.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Osborne with the darts in leg 4. $137. Seismic leg this.
$100. $180.
This is beautiful here from Colin Osborne. Finding his best performance of the day when he needs it the most.
$46.
This is what elite players do when they need to switch it on. They find something. Osborne on for an 11-dart leg to make it 3-1 in a game he has to win to stay in. He's averaging 98.5.
45. Colin, you require
and he's got
48.
all the time one could want to mop up this leg. Tops. Again, it sinks low. But again, double 10 is found. It's a 12-darter for Colin Osborne to put himself a leg away from the match. And Ron Moulenkamp, who could have sealed his position through to tomorrow night's final with victory in this game, could now be lurking very precariously over his shoulder. He throws to stay in it.
137.
He kicks off for 2 trebles and piles it upon Osborne.
85. 100.
What about the position that Ron finds himself in right now? He's had such a good day, but he's finding it so hard now. What are you trying to eke out of yourself?
At this point, you just got to trust yourself. That's all you got to do. You don't try and eke. You don't try and push. You don't try and do anything. Just trust. Trust in what you've done so far. Trust in the process. Trust in the action that you have built and developed over a
100.
20-year career.
$100. Ron, you require 164.
Bring it back to within a leg again. 6 on 164.
40.
But he has not made the inroads that he would have liked. Osborne can punish that.
105. Ron, you require 124.
And suddenly, this leg takes a different direction, a different meaning. Moulenkamp to stay in the match. And it's Osborne now to win the match and to keep himself
63.
alive.
Come on, he tells
Colin,
himself.
you require 86.
He knows that this is more than just winning the match. This is a chance to get a good score line on the board as well. Don't be rushed. Doesn't feel right in the hand. He will reset. Time. Come on, he tells himself again.
2 darts. A double
shot,
16, and
match.
Osborne
Colin
only
Osborne.
needs the one. And the Wizard is still in the race as he beats Ron Moulenkamp by 4 legs to 1. Won the bomb, who could have sealed his place through. Osborne, despite the win, knows there's still work to do. There's still some frustration there as far as the Middlesbrough man is concerned. But what a performance when he needed it most. A 98 average, 4 from 11 when it came to the doubles. That 86 to finish proceedings off. As for Ron Moulenkamp, who played so well throughout the duration of the day, his worst performance of the day came at the worst possible time. And so Osborne, Moulenkamp, and now Jeroen Caron are still in the race for that second spot in the table. Caron needs to beat Steve Brown and beat Steve Brown big, you sense, as well. He's got that advantage in terms of legs 1 as well. We'll watch him in action against the Bomber when we return.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that result before the break has made things very, very interesting. Colin Osborne, following the trend of 4-1 wins for the player throwing second, beating Ron Muhlenkamp, the man immediately above him in the table, and it does keep the race going. Jeroen Caron also kept himself in contention when he got a 4-1 win in the previous match. He's back in action next, and as you can see, in fourth place, 2 points off adrift. His last match coming next. He has to win this to remain in with a hope of qualifying. Osborne and Muhlenkamp, the other two contenders. Daryl Pilgrim at the top, already through. Kevin Garcia and Steve Brown already out. And Brown is the opponent for Jeroen Caron in this final match for the pair of them. So can Caron stay in contention? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So, Jeroen Caron has still got something to play for in this Group C. He had been praying for a win for Colin Osborne. He has got that. He basically needed the last 4 games of the session to go his way. But one of them's gone his way, and he's in control of this one. Pilgrim Muhlenkamp and Osborne Garcia are the fixtures that follow this one. And importantly as well, in this game of all games, Caron has the darts.
Three games. 3 different possible opportunities,
57.
3 different outcomes. Exactly what I expected to happen in this group. Going all the way to the wire,
43.
twists, turns and drama. We will talk you through everything you need to know as it happens here at the Super Series.
$93. 100.
Grab a cup of tea.
Yeah, but just make sure who's making that cup of tea. Because
140.
earlier on this morning, I had a cup of tea made for me by a member of our production staff, and they put 5
43.
sugars in there. And I don't have sugar in my coffee.
Too sweet already, Henry, too sweet.
You know it, Matt. You know it. Well, Caron is hoping that he's going to have... Excuse me. He's hoping to have a sweet
69.
debut by making it through to Saturday night on his Super Series bow.
Rhyming as well there, Henry. Very impressive.
136.
But the impressive on the dartboard at the moment is Caron. I've been mightily impressed with him. When I started this week, I did fear that this group may have been just a little bit too much for him, but
Jeroen, you
he
require
has certainly
32.
upped his levels.
Game shot on the first leg, Jeroen Caron.
Continues to hit the doubles as well. That's the last 6 darts in a row at a double for Caron, all successful.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
To put this by some way of comparison,
140.
Jeroen Caron went into this year with annual numbers of 78.02 and 29% on the doubles. That was based on a small smattering of events, including some challenge tours.
100.
But if you actually compare the numbers to what he's been putting in this week, day 1 average for the day of 84.97, 14 out of
44.
sorry, 17 out of 42 on the doubles. Day 2 average of 80.87 for the day. It was slightly below 7 out of 37 on the doubles, but he upped it again yesterday to a level of 86.91.
180.
And 17 darts out of 62 on a double. That was a bit of a concern. But today, he has continued to exceed through the levels. And in
55.
fact, we've been finding a bit more of his ceiling over the last couple of matches. Average 99.33. Perfect, as Matt said, on the doubles against Kevin Garcia. And now he's averaging 106.5 in a crucial game for him. And it goes and it exceeds That's back-to-back maximum to leave him on 41 after 9, to threaten the brown throw, to put him 2-0 to the good.
57. Jeroen, you require
This looks
41.
so majestic with this lovely technique and action when it's all going so well. That's missed double for a while for Jeroen Caron.
9.
But the back-to-back maximums certainly give him a little bit of time here on the Steve Brown throw.
81. Jeroen, you require 32.
D16. Not nice,
No score.
as you could tell with the throw
Steve,
of the
you
last
require
dart. So Brown with an outside
124.
opportunity here on 1-2-4. Outside chance he could have
92.
taken, so Caron
Jeroen,
back
you require 32.
for 32, but this time under considerable more pressure.
Game shot
But
on the
when
second
the
leg,
pressure
Jeroen Caron.
rose, he managed to rise to it, 2-0.
Got to think the pressure increases the focus.
Third leg, it's
You've
Jeroen
got
to throw
6
first.
darts, 9 darts. You can
Game
just
on.
get a bit lackadaisy. You know you can come back to the board. It's not too much of a problem.
$57.
The urgency causes the focus, causes the response. Causes
82.
Caron to really now be in a genuine possibility here. You'll have to sit back and watch other results and other games happen.
60.
As it stands, will be Caron who's moving into position.
95.
And by winning those 2 legs, you see that third bracket from the right. You see the points, then the legs difference in the legs 1. Because he's now on 31 legs 1, neither Von Meulenkamp or Colin Osborne can overtake him on that particular metric.
140.
And it could come down to that. It really could. It's that tight.
For that to happen, though,
57.
Darryl Pilgrim will have to beat Ron Meulenkamp, and Colin Osborne will have to lose to Kevin Garcia. Any win for Meulenkamp or Osborne will see them jump him anyway due to the points column.
40. $47. $44.
A little bit more heavy weather this leg as Jeroen. And it's just opened up an opportunity here for Steve Brown.
75.
Oh my goodness, that is the most
Jeroen, you require
perfectly pinned
160.
bullseye you'll possibly see. Okay, Caron's hit the only ton top of the day, and he's not going to find a 160 to back up the 121 he hit against Kev Garcia.
77. Steve, you require 145. 100. Jeroen, you require 83.
Double 17. These double 16.
51. Steve, you
And
require
Steve Brown is
45.
going to get his first couple of darts at a double in this match, and they're going to be at tops. And now double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
When he's had
Steve
an
Brown.
opportunity at a double, Steve Brown, he has been able to take the opportunity
Fourth
more
leg,
often
it's
than
Steve
not.
to throw first.
But he hasn't had
Game on.
opportunities. That's been the issue.
The one that really stands out for me is that game with Kevin Garcia where he had the 2 darts for the match at the double 12 and ended up pulling it low
100.
into the 9. I don't think he's been the same Steve Brown since that point, because at the start of the day we were starting to maybe he's going to play himself into a position here like Jeroen Caron
140.
has, where he's still got some hope going into lap number 10.
100.
How do you think Steve's going to assess the week?
I don't think he's going to be happy with it at all. at the moment. He's bottom of the table. And the way this game's going,
140.
you'd expect him to finish bottom of the table. I don't think there's any assessment needed other than that table and
49.
a sort of group. Look like he's
85.
give up a little bit here, Steve Brown. I mentioned that in game prior.
140. Jeroen, you require
frustrated
136.
But has battled back into this match. Karun just drifting off slightly, but he may get back on the radar with a
Game shot on the
1-3-6
fourth
to
leg,
break the
Jeroen
throw and to
Caron.
make it 3-1. A 12 darter, and he is a leg away from a 4-1 win. That would put him
Fifth leg, it's Jeroen to throw first.
right in the
Game
mixer.
on.
That's the second time as well that Corona's took out a 1-3-6 finish in this group. And that is a beautiful dart for the way that his darts sit in the board. Just sat on the top wire. You
180.
always expected that to be a maximum.
57.
Is he running towards the line?
Not running, he's sprinting towards the line.
It's not going to be the perfect ending.
140.
Might be the perfect ending for Goron, depending on other results. He's playing his part in this
55.
procedure. Win as big as possible so that you can jump those players. Now he's going to become Darryl Pilgrim and Kevin Garcia's biggest
100.
fans if he can complete the task. But 300 points in hand.
He won the last leg in 12.
140.
He is left 81
Jeroen, you
after
require
9.
81.
And Jeroen Caron has put himself in the mix. He wants double 12. And now double 6. For a
Game
4-1
shot,
victory
undermatched,
against
Jeroen
Steve Brown.
Caron.
Jeroen Caron has saved his best until last here at the Super Series. Time will tell whether that's going to be enough. He's got the better of Steve Brown. He's done his job. And now he sits backstage and awaits his fate. He needs victories of Darryl Pilgrim. He needs victories of Kevin Garcia. Him and Steve Brown have a chat about the battle they've just had. Caron with an average of 96.35. 4 from 12 on the finishing. That 1-3-6 coming at a crucial passage in play. Breaking the throw to go 3-1 to the good. And so Ron Meulenkamp takes on Darryl Pilgrim after this short break. Pilgrim looking to finish off his passage towards tomorrow night's final. Meulenkamp hoping to get there. Victory is of the utmost importance.
So Daryl Pilgrim already through to finals night after winning Group C here at the Super Series, but now it's all about who will join him. Might it be his opponent in this match, Ron Muhlenkamp, the bomb, looking to get his place in the Saturday session, the big finale. And he can do that if he wins this match well. If he wins it 4-2, 4-1 or 4-0, he would secure it here and deny Colin Osborne the chance to usurp him. Osborne taking on Kevin Garcia in the last match of the day. But currently in second position, Jeroen Caron, after that brilliant victory against Steve Brown last time out. The bomb is looking to leapfrog him and take back second place. The toughest task of all, though, defeating Daryl Pilgrim. That hasn't happened all day. Looking to make it 5 from 5. And Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
However, if we're going to give Ron Muhlenkamp some hope,
First,
the game that Daryl Pilgrim had lost in his group was the last game of a day, yesterday, against Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 3.
140.
And Ron Muhlenkamp will be grasping on to anything and everything right now. He played so well today
100.
to make himself favourite. He could have qualified with victory against Colin Osborne, but then saved his poorest performance of the day for that particular game, and that's why now he finds himself on the back foot.
40.
When he needed it the most, it all went and deserted him again. Still got some hope here. He does have leg difference over Colin Osborne, but he's got to get the victory here because he's already been
140.
leapfrogged. So, not one of those positions where if Caron would have lost, he could have still qualified here from Muhlenkamp just by keeping it tight. That luxury has deserted
57.
him now. Now needs to beat Mr. P,
who today went out the gate strongly. However, the last couple of games has just drifted below the levels that we've come to expect from Mr. P. However, those levels have still
55.
been in and around that mid-80s range. And still, the doubling has been good. 4 from 10 and 4 from 9 in victories against Steve Brown and Kevin Garcia, respectively, even with mid-80s averages. And Muhlenkamp
44.
has got an opportunity here to break in the first leg. Has to find a break at some point. Why not make it be now?
134.
He's in a great position now, leaving 72 after 12. Right, he scored 140 with his first visit, Pilgrim, and then
100.
it's not quite happened
Ronnie
from that
requires
point onwards. And so
72.
Muhlenkamp for the break in the opening leg. 2 12s. Is
Shot
in.
on the first leg.
And those
Ron
darts are
Muhlenkamp.
neither the northwest or the northeast of the board. If the first one stands up to attention on the outside wire,
leg,
it
it's
makes
Ron
the
to throw
bed bigger
first.
for Ron. And so by
Game on.
turn, because of the size of the barrel that he has, he can just click it off the barrel and into the bed. It does become a bit more difficult, though, when you go to the southwest and the southeast.
100.
Your 16s and your 10s. The Pilgrim's woken up.
140.
Reminder, 4-2 or better for Muhlenkamp. Guarantees it.
60.
How much harder are games knowing that you're not going out there just straight knockout, that there's scorelines potentially in play?
100.
you've almost just got to believe there isn't. You've just got to go out and attack. Because ultimately, you never play a leg and think, I'll lose this one and I'll try and win another one. So, ultimately, it just kind of
100.
heightens the importance of it. Focuses.
$123.
On for an 11 darter to claw the game back to 1-1 and to get the break back.
45. Daryl, you require 58.
Got 6. Meulenkamp has to leave a finish after 4 visits in every leg to be competitive. He hasn't done so here.
38.
And so Pilgrim can come back for the break of throw, wanting double 10. He's only feeling the heat on stage a little bit, Dowell, isn't he? Just wiping his hands on the towel.
97.
It's something that he's
Daryl,
been
you
doing
require
throughout
20.
the day.
Game shot on
that
the
has
second
brought him
leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Much success in top of the tree. He knows his fate.
Third
He's
leg. It's
joining
Daryl to
Robert
throw
Thornton.
first. Game on.
That's all we know so far. We do not know the third player that will be joining Robert Thornton. The likelihood is David
137.
Davies will be joining the pair. He comes up in tonight's action at 10 o'clock in 4 from 4 yesterday, going through the card.
100.
We all sending our wishes as well to Glenn Durrant, who will be going back up on the stage again a bit later on today. Showing some really good signs yesterday, a couple
64.
of 14 darters back to back, and really encouraging moments. Hope he was able to see the positive in that himself, because there was plenty of encouragement there last night for Duzza.
Well, Glenn has tweeted
60.
this afternoon that he's watched some of the action back. He said, "It's so clear in my mind what's wrong with the throw." He said, "What I can correct is my demeanour and positivity,
60.
and I was so disappointed in both last night." He says his defence, a game once so easy, can feel now to be so difficult, and he's told himself to enjoy it. Just all those flashes, the 2-14 darters against David Davis. But the thing is, the way you analyse Glenn is not how you analyse most players. We look at numbers and that. Sometimes it's about the feel and the look.
140.
And for Glenn, a lot of it's going to be about perspective going into the World Seniors in February. We'll be doing a lot of that next week when we have some World Senior stars here. We won't be looking at the
59.
numbers maybe as much.
Daryl,
We may
you
be looking
require
at how they're
100.
throwing, how they're playing from different aspects. Pilgrim here.
60.
He's going to leave himself tops with 2-1 lead.
$95. Daryl, you require 40.
Pilgrim's really putting his vice-like grip on this game now. But he
Game shot on
doesn't
the
find
third
himself
leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
in front. It's
Check
not in. It's
30.
not in.
Ron, you require 92.
That's the opposite to the Glenn Durrant, isn't it? Glenn Durrant did that and thought he'd won the leg. Give it the get in when he played this landman in the Isle of Man.
Von Meulenkamp's heart must have been in his mouth.
Game shot on the
But in
third
some
leg.
ways,
Ron Meulenkamp.
That was probably the scare that inadvertently probably got the job done in that leg. Sometimes when you got that fear of something, you
leg,
hear
it's
something
Ron to
like that,
throw
and
first.
suddenly you get an escape and a reprieve.
Game on.
Well, you feel it's already been taken away, and then all of a sudden it comes back, especially if you're a player that doesn't watch on.
$80.
Meulenkamp breaks and now has control of the game. A game which it
100.
looked like Pilgrim was wrestling from the grass. We've had 3 breaks of throw to kickstart this match. Meulenkamp wants the first hold in the 4th. And if he does so, he'll find himself 3-1 to the good. And would have an opportunity on throw as well
100.
to win by that fabled Force 2 scoreline, which he needs to qualify outright. 4-2 or better for Meulenkamp here, and he will qualify through to tomorrow night's final. We will not need to see the result
100.
of Osborne against Garcia to determine the outcome of this group.
$140.
And he's digging in. Just see the little bit of a snarl as he released that last dart on that last visit.
96. $65.
He's pumped up.
$105. Ron, you require
Maybe.
116.
Bomb has been lit. He's about to explode.
Could he light up the fuse? Double 18 for
Game shot on a full
116
flag.
to
Ron
put himself
Moolenkamp.
now to within a leg of qualification through to tomorrow night's final.
The first
Fifth leg,
topless
it's Darryl to
finish
throw
from
first.
Ron Moolenkamp this
Game
week
on.
comes at the most crucial of times. He is on for what odds-wise would be quite a
59.
sizable upset. Did mention that this was the game that Mr. P lost his way yesterday. Game number 5. Moolenkamp is firing.
108.
Moolenkamp now is favourite to progress through. He already had a bite of the cherry on throw if he lost his leg. He may do it against the darts.
100.
He's got the advantage of throwing this leg. And he may give us a bit more. He could do it in perfect style. He's 6 deep.
180.
Białecki's previously qualified for a finals night with a 9. Can Moolenkamp follow in vain?
42. Ron, you require 141.
For qualification. For the 9-dart finish. Even Darryl Pilgrim
89.
was willing on Ron Moolenkamp there to hit the 9. I don't think Jerome Caron would have been willing him on, and I don't think Colin Osborne was either, but it looks like that race is run. Pilgrim a long, long way back. Looks resigned to his fate now.
100. Ron, you require 52.
Maybe about to be served up from the bomb.
It's double 16. And
Game
Ron,
shot.
the
Unmatched.
bomb explodes
Moolenkamp.
into Saturday night's final. A power-packed display on Friday has qualified him through to tomorrow night's finale at the expense of Jeroen Caron, at the expense of Colin Osborne. Ron Moolenkamp qualifies for finals night at the second time of asking, doing so with a 96.24 average. That 116 checkout, changing the game in his direction. And from that point onwards, it was all about him. He went 7 deep into the 9 in the last leg of that match. He rounded it off in 12 in the end. Darryl Pilgrim lost 2 games in that group. They were the last games of the day. That's not going to matter to him. He's through to the final tomorrow night. Colin Osborne and Kevin Garcia, well, they're going to round off their weeks now when we watch them in action after this break.
He's done it. Ron Muhlenkamp through to finals night here at the Super Series. Congratulations. Just sum up how it's been for you the last couple of days.
Well, yeah, I'm just not the only couple of days. I've go back a few months ago. I got a new house. I built my chalet there and get the boards up. And then now in the last 2 months, I started to practice, and it turns to pay off now.
Yeah, you've been putting the work in. It has paid off today. You had to do it the hard way, beating Daryl Pilgrim, who's been dominant in this group. What were you thinking going into that match about how tough it would be?
Yeah, well, to be fair, against Colin Osborne, he played a really good match, but I wasn't there, so I kicked myself in the butt and I said, right, this is what you want, to beat the best player this 2 days, and which I did. So I'm really, really pleased with that, and I'm really, really glad I made the Saturday. Yeah.
There was a big checkout in there as well, the 116. I think Darragh left himself on 100. Was that the moment you thought that you got that match won?
Yeah, well, to be fair, the first leg, I got the moment and I gave it back. And then I got it again with the 116. And I knew to finish it off and to kick off on 180, 180. I think I put him a little bit off when he went boo when I missed the throw on 19. So I was like, all right, you're expecting to lose. Now it's mine to win. And glad I did.
While we've got you, let's just have a chat about where you are in darts right now. Obviously, you've been on tour before, played at the World Championship and big major tournaments. There's a lot of buzz around this sport at the moment. Is that giving players like you a kind of new lease of life and a new hunger to get back to the top of the game?
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm working for the Dutch television as well, and then you watch every game, and then but I'm doing my own thing now. I have a few setbacks and I had a few disappointments to take care of, and I did now. So if it's not happening this year, it will happen next year. I'm doing it on my own pace, and probably not the pace other fans want. But yeah, I'm getting there, and then I do my own thing, and then I hope it's going to be this year because I know what to do right then. But if it's not, then I do it next year, and I'm definitely ready.
And if not, you've got the bonus, of course, of playing for a place at Champions Week here at the Super Series tomorrow night. Just some thoughts about the finals tomorrow?
100%. When I saw the date and they asked me to get here, I said definitely straight away yes, because it's a good training for the Q school. It's a good... to be fair, they're not the professionals, but these are quite good games. They're the best of the world, and then this is the best preparation you can get. So I'm really pleased I'm involved in this, and to get through is even a bonus.
But well done, and we'll look forward to tomorrow. Good luck. Ron Muhlenkamp through with Daryl Pilgrim. One more game to go, though, in this group, just to dot the I's and cross the T's. And Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Great to hear from Ron Muhlenkamp there, ahead of his finals night campaign tomorrow evening. And perhaps not surprised when he's a pundit on the Dutch TV circuit that he could talk a good game as well as play a good game. This game, unfortunately, means nothing more than pride and positions for Kevin Garcia and Colin Osborne.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Osborne, even with a 4-0 victory, would not be able to surpass Muhlenkamp because of that -2 leg
85.
difference. But for Osborne, he'll be bitterly disappointed with the outcome of today, considering the position that he was in at the
96.
beginning of it.
Yeah, it was in his hands. He had the opportunity. Yep, disappointment.
96.
Clear and evident to see for Colin Osborne. Come here for the week. Played in Group A across Tuesday and Wednesday. Just a 2-day Group A
59.
this time. And the Group C. 2 cracks at getting through to Saturday night. So I'll be very disappointed because he would have had thoughts and hopes of actually
100.
winning this week.
He takes great pride in his performances anywhere in general, but in particular here at the Super Series.
40.
He has become one of the faces of this tournament. He's become one of the big names.
81.
And so when he doesn't qualify, it does become a bit of a news story. Osborne now,
43.
it'll be
Colin,
about
you
Q
require
score for him.
139.
Still got the game on his day. And 2023 has been quite fruitful for him.
42.
But in these scenarios, both players try their best not to go through the motions.
57. Colin, you require 97. 49.
Although Osborne has definitely picked the pace up. It's as if he's got a taxi waiting on the meter outside.
60.
As if he was in
Colin,
a
you
position
require
to
48.
qualify through this group and realises he now can't.
28. Kevin, you require 146.
See the dejection and disappointment, the body language, the arms just
96.
drooping down by
Colin,
the
you
side.
require 20.
Come here with ideas of winning the week. There's no positivity when you get to the back end
15.
of it and you say,
Kevin, you
oh, well, at
require
least
50.
I went with a victory.
Tatsu Garcia.
30.
Does a go.
Colin, you
And so
require
Osborne's going to
5.
come back for his 9th visit to the board in this leg. Double 2. Secures
shot on
leg
the
1
first
for Colin
leg,
Osborne. He
Colin
needs
Osborne.
1-0. He'll be hoping it'd be 1-0
Second
to
leg,
the
it's Kevin
Borough
to
on
throw
Tuesday
first.
night.
Game on.
And they take on Chelsea in a big EFL Cup semi-final, first leg. But before that, they take on yours truly, don't they, at the weekend in the FA Cup? Aston Villa.
121.
The mighty Aston Villa, now known as
100.
Premier League title contenders. Soon to be Europa Conference champions. Aston Villa.
66. 60.
Always a great weekend, though, isn't it? FA Cup third round weekend. Always gets the juices flowing, although
140.
Crystal Palace 0, Everton 0 didn't quite kickstart it in the vein that people would have liked.
131.
The FA Cup and the FA Cup darts season will be coming up soon. The UK Open, the qualifiers will be up and running for
98.
that in the next week or so. Tournament Colin Osborne had quite a lot of success in over the years. He didn't in 2013. No, I'm not going to go there.
Did something happen, Matt?
121. Kevin, you require 76.
Did you play Robert Thornton in that event?
No comment.
Tops for
Game shot on
Garcia,
the second
1-1.
leg, Kevin Garcia.
15 data for the Merseyside man, and level we are.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. 140. 20.
Oh my.
Well, he had 60 points in the board. Knocked him out. We've seen that a couple of occasions. The most high-profile one would probably be Gary Anderson when he took on Phil Taylor in the
70.
World Darts Championship final. I've seen it twice. And I've told this story many times and I still can't remember the guy's name.
100.
But it was on the PDC Challenge Tour. Someone did that and the darts fell out and all 3 darts hit the floor. His opponent went to the hockey
46.
and threw all 3 darts in the wall. He refused to take advantage of this situation when all 3 darts fell out from the 180.
134.
The marker would have a hard hat on.
43.
Don't forget, we're going to be back tonight with Group B action. David Davis is in a very good position.
43.
8 points to his name. He won all 4 games last night. And he looked mightily good as well. Did Double D. Paul Hogan keeping close order on 6 points as a uniform
41.
table. Whitehead on 4. Chris Lamman on 2. And Glenn Durrant looking to get his first win on the MODUS Super Series stage. We'll watch them in action
28.
from 10 o'clock tonight here
Colin, you
on the
require
Super Series YouTube
161.
channel and on Sporty Stuff TV as Osborne looks at 161.
51.
These tops
136.
threatens the break.
Colin, you require 110.
Unless Osborne can find double
Game shot
50.
on the third
What an
leg,
active
Colin Osborne.
recovery that was for Colin Osborne. A 110 to make it 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $139. 59.
You get the sense that this will give Osborne more motivation when we see him again. If we see him again, of course, could win a card.
80. $95.
A lot of eyes on Q School next week. The biggest week in the darting calendar. The 4 days of the year that
100.
decide the 2-year fate of the players. Bonkers, isn't it? 4 days to decide 2 years. Then we'll have a whole 1-year
40.
ranking system to decide 2 players' fate.
$82.
Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Ecker. Right, Tom for
96.
Garcia for
Kevin, you
2-2.
require 100.
Has a look at Osborne's score. And finds a treble 20, double 10.
90.
Does it go? Osborne back onto 11. Did that count as a raw and done cut, Matthew?
56. Kevin, you require 10. Game shot on the fourth leg. Kevin Garcia.
Not saying anything. I keep getting clipped up for headlines and titles.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Got to be careful
Game
what you
on.
say around certain journalists.
40. $99.
Colin Osborne's in serious danger here of leaving with even more negativity than the one he was faced with here. But when you talk about his week, we say about how disappointing it is for him not to
95.
be even in Saturday night. He's actually hit the post quite a few times. On that last game he played in Group A, he either was going to win the group
140.
or drop into Group C. Ended up dropping into Group C. Had he been in Group B with that extra place available, just 5 players,
180.
feel maybe Colin Osborne would be in a different situation.
A week of what if for the Wizards.
128.
Week of what if for both players, but I'd be hoping to end on a win rather than a whimper.
89. Kevin, you require 134.
Osborne moving 97 to
40.
move
Colin, you
himself
require
3-2 to the
97.
good. So
57.
Osborne not able to take out
Kevin,
the
you
97.
require
What could
94.
Garcia make of the 94? Where's the bullseye route? To guarantee him a dart back there. And the first one was set quite nicely for it.
69. Colin, you require 40. Game shot on a fifth
And
flag.
finally,
Colin
he finds
Osborne.
tops and He tries to crack a smile, but it'll be pain on the face. 3-2, Osborne
leg,
leads.
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He'll go on to win this game. He'll be level with Ron Muhlenkamp on points, but the legs difference column will be the one that costs him, which would probably make it even more painful. To just miss out on Group A and then just miss out on Group C.
100. 137. 99.
Last game this week for Jack Garwood, who's done a sterling job refereeing.
131.
There he is. Off to referee County this weekend is Jack. Owen Binks will be taking over refereeing duties
92.
tonight. Be a first appearance of the
Kevin, you
year for
require
him.
112.
Garcia looking to take us to a 7th leg. Maybe giving Jack one more leg to call. If he finds double 16,
Shot on the 6th
we
leg.
will get
Kevin
one more leg
Garcia.
in this group. And Kevin Garcia with his first tub plus check out of the day with a 112
7th
and a
final
12 dart
It's
leg
Colin
to
throw
boot.
first.
Takes us to leg
Game
7.
on. 100. 41.
'Don't forget, we're going to be back from 10 o'clock this
43.
evening on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the culmination of Group B, where David Davis is the man in pole position to progress through to tomorrow night's
121.
final. In the meantime, if you missed any of today's action and you want to watch it back, then you can watch our highlights package
45.
available on the Super Series YouTube channel. And do drop a subscribe, because there's a lot of you that tune into the Super Series that don't actually
41.
subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel, because on top of the live action that we bring you 6 days a week, we will also have highlights packages available from every single session, bonus content available from behind the scenes. So we're in the midst of the final leg of the day. It's Osborne 3, Garcia 3. We're just adjusting a couple of things in terms of the scoreboard here. Players just taking a step back. Colin adept, isn't he, to this competition and this format. So he knows that these things happen and he knows how to react best to those types of situations.
85.
'And it looks like it's going to be Osborne that closed in on the final win of the
59.
group. Edgar has made his way to the side of the stage to have a chat with Chris Murphy about the day's action and to preview what we're going to see tonight. Where Chris Murphy will be sat in the
43.
seat that I'm in from 10 o'clock.
$42.
Garcia tiptoeing. Osborne looking to push.
100.
Finds a ton that leads him on a 2-darter.
$77.
It's a bounce
Colin,
out
you
that could be
require
academic,
86.
but one that perhaps sums the week up. For Osborne, it's been near miss after near miss. He could have won Group A. He dropped into Group C. He had the opportunity to put himself in pole position overnight,
61.
but he couldn't progress his way through and he
Kevin,
couldn't
you
find the
require
ball.
120.
Well, Garcia found a 112 in the last leg. Is he going to finish off by climbing the ladder with a 120? The answer is no. So Osborne comes back with
40.
25.
Colin, you require 25.
To win 4-3. To at least finish with a victory. Double 4.
Game shot and the
And
match.
Colin Osborne wins the battle, but he didn't win the war. He gets the better of Kevin Garcia in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. For the Wizards, it was a case of close, but not quite close enough. It's a win that puts him on to 12 points level with Ron Moolenkamp, but it was the superior legs difference that Ron Moolenkamp accrued. And that mainly down to the fact that in the end, when it mattered the most, Moolenkamp on Friday just went absolutely berserk, didn't he? Averages off the back of 88, followed by a 95. You get the better of Jerome Caron, and then followed by a 98-56 of beating Steve Brown. Colin Osborne, it kind of unraveled after the Jerome Caron game. He's been eliminated. It's Pilgrim and Moolenkamp. They progress through to tomorrow night's final.
Yeah, it didn't have anything on it, that final game, because of that performance from Moolenkamp against Pilgrim. 2 worthy qualifiers for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Ron Moolenkamp really stood out today. I thought he was very, very good. His whole demeanour was different, so much more positive in his approach play today, and rightly so. Got a result out of it. But I've got to say as well, didn't I say at the start of the day Daryl Pilgrim would win this group? Eh? Top
Yeah.
tipster.
Pretty safe bet that was. Let's look at the results, because Daryl Pilgrim, well, he's had the same day as yesterday. Won his first 4 matches and then was beaten in his last game, Pilgrim, to Ron Moolenkamp, who got the win he needed to qualify. Anyone who's going to be severely disappointed for you? Obviously, Steve Brown is the obvious one.
Steve Brown's going to be disappointed, but I don't think he came here with expectations of getting through, where Colin Osborne, I think, would have. He would have been expecting to be a challenger to win the weekly title, and now he's not even going to be in Saturday night after having 2 attempts at a Group A and a Group C campaign. So I think he's probably going to be the one that's disappointed, especially the way it's happened for him, because he's just been pipped to the post now on 2 occasions.
Well, Daryl Pilgrim, as we mentioned, has gone on the charge on each day, winning his first 4 matches. We're seeing some of his winning moments here, but will there be a little bit of nagging frustration that he did lose those final games, or will that kind of keep him sharp a little bit, that he knows he can't just come and walk it tomorrow?
Exactly that. He knows that there's a little bit more in the locker as well, which is good. You don't want to walk away from here feeling you've give everything you can. You want to feel like, right, I've left a little bit behind. I know I can push on a little bit further if I need to. The other thing is, yes, he's won the first 4 games and lost the 5th, but there is no 5th game on a Saturday night. He only has to win 4. So he knows he can keep the pace of what is required in order to get over the line to that title. But the thing with the Saturday is every game becomes more important, where here it almost becomes a bit less important for him, because once he's got over the line and he's got that qualification, then he's won the group. Those last games are almost filling fixtures. He'll lose that adrenaline, he'll lose a little bit of the focus. Where on Saturday, the prize money's going up and the emphasis on each match increases. So that's just going to make him better as the night goes on, rather than the possibility of going down.
Yeah, the big performance of the day, I guess, came against Daryl Pilgrim. Ron Moolenkamp getting that victory in that one. And there was a stunning 116 checkout that really put that game in his grip.
I was concerned for Ron Moolenkamp moving forward. He didn't have the best of 2023s. He dropped off the tour the previous year. And then you look at it and go, right, 2024, it's a new year. Can he reset and go back to it? Because you can get down in the dumps very early in the season. You miss out on Q School, you don't do well on that first Challenge Tour weekend, freezes you out of all the Pro Tours, then you're chasing throughout the Challenge Tour year, and it can get away from you by March. And you just think, oh, this year's a bit of a write-off. It looks like Ron Moolenkamp potentially was feeling that, and other things that he's doing now within his career, working within some of the broadcasting, that will just take away the emphasis completely away from having to get results, and that might just make it a little bit easier for him to actually go and then get those results.
And it felt like that when I spoke to him, didn't it? It was almost like, yeah, I'd love to get through Q School this year, but if I don't, it's not that big of a deal. And playing here at the Super Series has given players that backup that if they don't get the tour card, it's not the end of the world.
Guarantees. We don't get many guarantees in the world of darts. The second you go up there and you get your tour card, that's not the end of the road, where a lot of people think, oh, I've got my tour card, now I'm a professional player. No, it gets harder at that point. It doesn't get easier. You lose a lot of access and a lot of opportunity to things that are in the darting world. And actually, when you step off that tour and you come out of that world like I did a couple of years ago now, you realise what opportunities are available here. And then you get guaranteed. You don't have to go and take on the world's top 32 in a seeded system to make sure that you're earning enough to cover what you need to cover. And actually, I would dare say it's becoming easier now, if you are of tour quality, to earn a living away from that.
Yeah, well, a guarantee of finals night for Daryl Pilgrim and Ron Muhlenkamp. They have finished in the top 2 in the Group C table. Colin Osborne just missing out there on leg difference in the end. He did get the win in the last match, but he was too far behind on leg difference. Jerome Caron, we've not said much about him, but let's have a word about him because he was competitive. He played some really good stuff as a debutant.
I think we really do need to put some praise on him and what he's done this week. Obviously, before I come here, I researched the players intensely, and I couldn't find anything on Jerome Caron that made me believe he would come here and produce what he's produced. Other than the fact of what we spoke about on the very first day, when I said sometimes people just get inspired by the venue, the perfect preparation, and all the conditions that come with it. He's one of those, because he came here with a seasonal average of 78.02. I couldn't find a single average of 90 plus in a recorded game for him. And then he was leaving here with high 90 averages, big checkouts, really, really impressed, and I'd like to see him again.
Yeah, an ADC qualifier from Europe. If you fancy your chances, get yourself on the ADC website and book yourself a place at one of their local tournaments in the UK or across Europe. Remember, Luke Littler actually played on this stage for the first time as an ADC qualifier. Who knows what could happen for you. Right, let's just dot the I's and cross the T's in this group this week. And it's Group A victory for Robert Thornton that seals his 10th appearance at finals night on Saturday. Daryl Pilgrim and Ron Muhlenkamp, as we've been saying, through from Group C. But in Group B, 3 places will be decided tonight. David Davis, Paul Hogan, Conan Whitehead, Chris Landman and Glenn Durrant. And last night, Matt, it was David Davis who dominated. He's as good as there.
He was brilliant last night, David Davies. I was mightily impressed with him. He's getting better every single time he comes here to the Super Series. He's aware that it's not job done right now. There could still be more possibilities of him slipping out of there, but one more win should do that for him. He's got 4 attempts to do it, so I do expect to see him get over the line, but maybe not completely drama-free.
Probably can't end without talking about Glenn Durrant. Henry mentioned in commentary a message he put out on social media about trying to enjoy it tonight. Do you think that one win for him would be a success?
I think if he can find the enjoyment would be the success. He's got to stop thinking about winning. He came here, he didn't come here to win this, but yet last night he put the weight of the world on his shoulders to the point where it was all about the winning and trying to get that result. So I think he's got to park that. Find the enjoyment. Just enjoy throwing darts, because the results will come as a byproduct of that. When you chase the results, the misery comes as a byproduct.
Well, certainly enjoyed this afternoon. Thank you, Matthew, and hope you can join us for this evening's action live on Sporty Stuff TV or here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It gets underway from 10 p.m. and the final 3 places at finals night will be filled. But as far as this afternoon was concerned, well, Ron the Bomb, he's through to finals night, as is Mr. Perfect, Daryl Pilgrim.
They don't get bigger than the fish, and Mr. P has turned his fortunes around. Wibble and a wobble, the others tend to follow suit. Another one of them leaves the bullseye for Daryl Pilgrim for 164. Well, it can still be done. Triple 24. Bullseye for an act of rescuing.
Shot on the 4th flag.
To perfect chagrin from Daryl Pilgrim.